We are honored this afternoon with Elder Shirley Alphonse to offer a blessing in the chamber.
Tito siam saltman. Haiskata na quail. Haiskata mugs quail. Magwet siam na siaya. Siam estimo. Siam solquains. Haiskata na tomach magansa. The solquains, it's you and solquains, it's just no wires. Thwimetal, it's ewital. Lalamatals na quail, two mugs quail. Gotman's laws swallowing, not much swallowing. Creator, Great Spirit, we thank you for this day as we gather together, our members of the Legislature with our Premier, John Horgan, marking this day as a day to work together as one mind, one spirit, walking side by side, supporting each other, helping each other on our walk on this earth. That each new day we greet the day with kindness, care, love, and compassion in our hearts, with an aish qualawin. To be as one people, honor our family, our parents, our children, our friends, honor one another, and all life on earth, so that we may live in total peace and total harmony. Let's hear. Okay.
Introductions by members. Minister of Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't happen very often. In fact, it maybe is the first time since I was elected in 2005 that my wife, Rajvinder, decided to attend question period today. But I'll check the record, but I think I'm correct. And I just want to say all the good things in me are because of her. So please help me give her a warm welcome.
Member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to make an introduction. I have a very special guest here from Chilliwack. My constituency assistant is come to visit us. She's also the vice chair of the Chilliwack School Board and is a former chair of the Chilliwack School Board. So she's in the trenches fighting the good fight all the time. So if the House would please welcome Willow Reichelt to the House.
Member for Vancouver Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure that I introduce my parents that have come here, and I'm sure the member from Kootenay East will agree, to a beautiful part of the province, Sparwood, BC, to visit me. They're up there, and I just want to say to them, thank you. And I'm here because of them and all the sacrifices and all the opportunities and love they provided for us growing up. So please make them feel welcome.
Member for Green Timbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Attorney General is going to introduce the BC's Anti-Racism Act, I want to take this opportunity to thank the staff from the Ministry of Attorney General and Ministry of Citizen Services. This has been a hard process, Mr. Speaker. I just cannot tell you how much hard work the staff has put into this legislation, and the 15 months of hard work is coming to culmination today. Thank you so much. I would like the House to please welcome them and acknowledge their hard work. Thank
you. Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite the House to welcome Kar Singh Tatle, who today is representing both the scientific organization Oxus Machine Works and also he's Executive Director of the Engaged Communities Canada Society, both organizations working at the interface of data and health technology, and particularly with my ministry, identifying vulnerable populations who haven't received the services that they needed to keep people alive during the public health emergency. We're very grateful for their work and encourage the Legislature to make Upkar Singh Tatle very welcome. Thank you.
Member for Richmond Steveston. No? Okay. We'll get to everybody, don't worry. Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It was a busy day in the Deeth household this weekend. My youngest daughter turned 20. I have 5 children, so I have no teenagers anymore, and they told me that I'm officially old. So that was what I was told this weekend. So I just wanted to, thanks, Dan. So I wanted to recognize Erin, who's my daughter who turned 20. Also, my son Sheldon is in a band called Rain City. They just played in Victoria. They started a tour for the whole of Canada, going out to Montreal, representing this fine province, along with many artists in this province who are starting to tour again. And as Parliamentary Secretary for Arts and Film, it's wonderful to see that again, to see young folks and old folks and all sorts of people in the music industry out touring again and playing live music. And then finally, my eldest daughter, Amy, she was a paid-on-call firefighter. She's worked very hard over the last 2.5 years as a paid-on-call firefighter, and I'm very, very, very pleased to say that she just got hired full-time as a career firefighter in Maple Ridge Mission. And I wanted to say thank you very much to everyone in fire, because less than 5% of firefighters are women, and to see Amy excel and to be welcomed in the way that she has been by Maple Ridge Fire. I just wanted to say thank you to Maple Ridge Fire, and I'm just so excited for my wonderful children, and I just wanted to thank everyone. So please, if they could. Thank you.
Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you. I wanted to introduce today Loreen Akawa, who is the National President of the National Association of Japanese Canadians. She's a constituent and a friend.
Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. We are joined here in the gallery today, somewhere in the gallery, maybe behind me, from someone who's traveled all across overseas from a town known as North Vancouver to join us here in the gallery. Her name is Aurelia Olande. She is the Program and Services Coordinator of Lynn Valley Services Society. She speaks not just English and not just French, but also Mandarin. But I know her as a wonderful neighbor, an amazing gardener, devoted mother of 2 beautiful, energetic, and rambunctious children, and most of all, as a friend. So would the House please join me in welcoming Aurelia to the gallery.
Minister of Jobs and Economic Recovery.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There are so many distinguished guests here, many of them sitting on the floor, many above. Unfortunately, we won't be introducing all of them, but I do want to recognize, I think it may be the first time in this legislature that the BC Human Rights Commissioner, Kasturi Govinder, is here visiting us, so I want to make sure the House please welcomes our BC Human Rights Commissioner.
Leader of the Third Party.
So much, Honourable Speaker. I have 2 guests in the gallery today. I'm pleased to introduce James Whitehead. He is a master's student at the University of Northern British Columbia studying wildfire risk and the community vulnerability to wildfires. He spent 7 years with the BC Wildfire Service and is passionate about making our province and our communities less vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Could the House please make James most welcome? And he is in the company of Hayley May, who is our policy lead on multiple files, including emergency preparedness, education, Indigenous relations, health and mental health, public safety. There are rumors that we get help on our policy work, but it's in fact that we have 2 superheroines on our policy files. Haley May is one of them, and it was her birthday yesterday, which is henceforth known as Haley May Day for us. Please make them both most welcome.
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Well, Angela Kirk is a staff person with the BC Public Service who did a lot of work on the legislation that's going to be tabled today. And she's originally from the UK, and her family in Bradford are watching and observing us today online. So would you please make them very welcome?
Member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of our friends and neighbours celebrated Eid this weekend, and I just wanted to wish happy Eid to some very dear people in my life, Romana Manzoor, her daughter Anusha Manzoor, and my adopted family member, Amra Khan. Eid al-Fitr Mubarak. Thank you.
Sorry. Anybody else? Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 24, entitled Anti-Racism Data Act, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Attorney General.
Honourable Speaker, I move the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, it is my great honour to introduce the Anti-Racism Data Act. In alignment with government's public commitment to paving the way for race-based data collection, essential to modernising sectors like policing, healthcare, and education, this Act supports the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information for the purposes of identifying and dismantling systemic racism and advancing racial equity. The Anti-Racism Data Act is about building and maintaining trust. Due to historic and ongoing concerns about misuse of data, Indigenous peoples and other racialized communities do not trust government to collect, use, and disclose information in ways that do not result in further prejudice, stereotyping, and stigmatization. At the same time, we know it's critical to understand whether our programs and services meet the needs of all British Columbians, and that requires data. To help build trust, the Act sets requirements to identify, prevent, mitigate, and minimize community harm. It ensures consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples and meaningful collaboration with racialized communities on data initiatives that impact them. Importantly, the Act introduces the ability to establish data standards and directives that must support culturally safe collection, use and disclosure, and data directives that provide governance on topics such as intersectional analysis. Understanding people's lived experience is essential to providing appropriate services. This kind of data, for example, has already helped inform BC Housing's design of housing programs. For generations, Indigenous, Black, and communities of colour have been telling us about racism in our institutions. This Act gives us the tools to address their concerns, advance racial equity in the public sector, and deliver better programs and services for all British Columbians. Honourable Speaker, parliamentary rules require that a minister table a government bill, and this is indeed a government bill. However, as a result of this procedural requirement, members here may get a mistaken impression of how this bill came to be. For the record, and with great appreciation for the work of the public service, many of whom are here on the floor with us today, the many thoughtful contributions of racialized community members and leaders who are in the gallery, the co-development of this bill with First Nations and Métis leadership. At the political level, this bill is the product of the work of the Parliamentary Secretary for Anti-Racism Initiatives. The Minister for Citizen Services and I have been honoured to work with her, and I can say with confidence that the Premier and our entire government is grateful for her vision that delivered on this bill on this historic day in our chamber. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill entitled Defibrillator Public Access Act, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and now read for a first time.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, about 7,000 British Columbians will experience a sudden cardiac arrest. This can happen to anyone, anywhere, and at any time without warning. Only 1 person in 10 will survive their cardiac arrest. BC Emergency Health Services says that an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest is the most critical and time-dependent emergency they respond to. In a sudden cardiac arrest, every minute counts. For every 1 minute delay in defibrillation, the survival rate of a cardiac arrest victim decreases by 7 to 10%. With CPR, the use of an automated external defibrillator, or AED, can increase the likelihood of survival by 75% or more. This bill, if passed, would require AEDs to be available and visibly located in public spaces, such as libraries, airports, and recreation centers. These AEDs would also be required to be registered, regularly inspected, and maintained so that in an emergency, a 911 dispatcher can direct bystanders to the nearest AED. AEDs are safe, easy to use, and will only shock if needed. But far too many British Columbians are hesitant to use them if the need arises. This bill would introduce clear civil liability protection so that no one feels uncertain as to whether to use one in a cardiac emergency. Ready access to an AED could mean the difference between life and death in sudden cardiac arrest. Building upon the important work done through the BC Public Access to Defibrillation program, together, we can save thousands of lives with a network of AEDs across British Columbia.
Members, the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Vancouver Hastings.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, I'm happy to rise and recognize the 71st Annual Canadian Mental Health Association Mental Health Week. Running today, May 2nd to May 8th, it's a time to celebrate, protect, and promote mental health. Sometimes the best way to help is to make people feel seen and heard. That's why this year's Mental Health Week is all about empathy. CMHA describes empathy as the capacity we share as human beings to step into each other's shoes, to understand where they're coming from and what they're feeling, to listen hard and refuse to judge. It's also one way to reduce and resolve conflict. These last 2 years have been incredibly challenging for British Columbians and, of course, have taken a toll on our mental health. When times are tough, we need to acknowledge and take care of our mental well-being. So if you are struggling, you need to know that you are not alone and there is help. This Mental Health Week, I want to thank the Canadian Mental Health Association for leading this initiative for decades, while supporting our communities and expanding our understanding of mental wellness. In addition, I want to make sure to thank the countless care workers, mental health workers, peer workers, and nonprofits that work hard to support people across this province on a daily basis with their mental health needs. Whether it's the new complex care beds in Vancouver run by Lookout Society and Community Builders, or Pleat Community Services that provides mental health services for youth in my riding. Government is committed to making sure mental health supports are available to everyone who needs them. If you or somebody you know needs help, take the first step and reach out. I encourage everyone to visit mentalhealthweek.ca for more information about this year's focus, or call 310-6789 for information and tools on mental health and well-being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, I had the opportunity to attend the opening ceremony of Explore Asian, a month-long festival to celebrate Asian Heritage Month. This was a fantastic event to celebrate the vibrant history and rich diversity of our Pan-Asian Canadian communities. I cannot think of a better way to mark this important month. Since the start of the pandemic, anti-Asian racism has surged in British Columbia. A Bloomberg article last year declared Vancouver as the anti-Asian hate crime capital of North America. Nearly 1 of every 2 British Columbians of Asian descent experienced a hate incident between 2020 and 2021. This racism is not new. Since the first arrivals in the 18th century, Asian Canadians have continually experienced exclusion, displacement, and dispossession at the hands of discriminatory policy. Despite facing a systemic racism at every turn, Asian Canadians have continued breaking down barriers and making outstanding contributions to BC's economy, culture, and society. Asian Heritage Month is an opportunity to recognize these amazing achievements, but also to recognize that these experiences of discrimination must end now. This month and every month, we must commit to standing in solidarity with all Asian Canadian communities. The fight against racism requires all of us, each one of us, to work together. Whether it be supporting your local Asian Canadian businesses or partaking in a community event, there are many ways to participate in Asian Heritage Month. I hope you will all join me in celebrating our incredible Asian Canadian communities in BC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize May 1st to 7th as Neighbourhood House Week. Neighbourhood houses in British Columbia are warm and welcoming places that are like a second home for people to connect with friends and neighbours, and where people can access daycare or take an exercise class or learn how to cook new recipes. Neighbourhood houses are also important places for newcomers to Canada, where they can improve their English through ESL and adult literacy classes. British Columbians have lived through challenging times, and it is more important than ever to recognize the importance of connecting with others in a supportive environment. Neighbourhood houses represent diversity by providing services and activities that are sensitive to local cultures. All ages and nationalities come together at neighbourhood houses to make our communities strong and diverse places to live. A place where we can celebrate our differences while remaining true to who we are, because there is room for everyone to contribute and shine. I'm also happy to note that neighbourhood houses are nonprofit organizations offering leadership and volunteer opportunities so participants can engage while giving back to their communities. Volunteers help run a wide range of classes to assist seniors with day-to-day tasks, such as getting to appointments. At the heart of every neighbourhood house are volunteers who are giving their time and energy to make sure people feel safe and included in the community. That's why I would like to invite all members to join me and everyone in British Columbia to celebrate May 1st to 7th as Neighbourhood House Week and welcome everyone to their neighbourhood home away from home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. The aerial broadcast spraying of British Columbia's provincial forest with any product designed to eliminate or minimize broadleaf plant growth, which is a vital food source and critical habitat for all species of wildlife, has long sustaining consequences. Current silviculture practices in BC require forest licensees to kill or impair deciduous growth to enhance the growth of conifers. Aspen, as a deciduous species, is one of the main targets of glyphosate aerial spraying. This practice eliminates a vital food source, the seeds, berries, leaf matter, tree bark, etc., necessary for the survival of insects, mammals, from rodents to ungulates, songbirds to raptors, salmon, and steelhead trout. Our province is home to more than 60 mammal species that utilize aspen tree cavities for denning and nesting purposes. BC government information confirms that moose, mule deer, and other ungulate populations have decreased in the interior of the province, in some regions by as much as 80%. A recent moose study in the central interior of British Columbia has identified starvation as a significant cause of that species' mortality. Some fur-bearer species are believed extirpated in several regions of the province due to the loss of habitat, and many bird species have not been seen in some areas for years. The value of deciduous growth is proven as an effective mitigating factor in slowing the progression of wildfires. Studies show that aspen and cottonwood can be 300 to 900% more fire-resistant than conifer species. Of conifer species, pine is the most flammable, yet is planted as a monocrop at a rate that saturates the landscape across the interior of our province. Aspen and birch sequester up to 5 times the amount of carbon than spruce trees, and recent science has proven that deciduous trees and plants provide enormous benefit to conifer trees by sharing nutrients and water. Our forests are incomplete without biodiversity balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Sunday is Mother's Day, and I want to pay tribute to my mom and all the incredible mothers. Mother is the focal point of our lives, the greatest human being in the world, or should we say, divinity on earth. My dad lost his mother when he was a child. I always felt the immense pain in his heart when he shared his childhood stories and hardships about growing up without his mother. He was tremendously grateful towards my mom for being such a great support in his life. I soon realized how blessed I was to have my mom, who nurtured me, protected me, supported me, showered me with all her love, and made many sacrifices along with my dad to give my 2 siblings and I the best life. Mr. Speaker, if it was not for my mom, from my childhood to helping me with my education, and more importantly, for being my rock during the most difficult years of my life, with my first husband's journey of fighting cancer and then us losing him, I don't know where I would be and my 2 daughters would be. My mom was always there for us 24/7, even to take care of my children. It was my mom who stood up for me when others were trying to make decisions about my life once I became a young widow with 2 daughters. It was my mom who reminded people that her daughter is not a rag doll. She's a human who's going through such a big loss, first needs to heal, then take care of her daughters, and then she will make her decisions about her life. Mr. Speaker, I would not be standing here today if it was not for my mom. Thank you, Mamiji, for helping me at every step of my life and for teaching me to be a kind and caring human being. Happy Mother's Day to all the members of this House and everyone watching and listening to this tribute. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gordon Gore had a vision in Kamloops to try to provide a fun way for youth in our community to learn about science and all the wonders that it comes with it. In February of 2000, that vision was realized with the creation of the Big Little Science Centre. And over the last 22 years, the Big Little Science Centre has provided educational supports and classes to 25 to 30,000 people a year coming through in summertime programs, the school district with programs during the school year as well. It's a great conduit for TRU science students as well as school district teachers that are training as well. However, over that 22 years, they've always struggled to find a landing spot with ever-changing enrollments. Each school that they would land in to have some space provided to them always seemed to then be needed to be reinstituted as classrooms, and they'd have to be moving again. When they thought they found a new home in downtown Kamloops with a generous landlord's support, COVID hit. And so just as they were about getting ready to reopen again with what they felt would be a semi-permanent location, they've had struggles. So today, they launched their newest endeavor to fundraise, which is a 50-50 raffle, which will be done on July 4th, cut off on July 3rd. I told them I would try to let the House be made aware of it. It's open to all BC residents to try to help them provide the great program and supports that they do throughout the year to all of the educational needs for students in School District 73. This raffle, they're not short on marketing ideas. It's called Keep Your Eye on the Prize, which of course ION is spelled I-O-N, being a summer raffle. And so I would encourage anyone in British Columbia that likes to see science flourish with our youth, to see our equivalent of the science world in Kamloops continue to be able to flourish the way they have, and to continue Mr. Gore's legacy of such a vision, 22 years in the making, to please keep your eye on the prize this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. 1 in 5 British Columbians are without a family doctor. The situation is getting worse, and BC now ranks only ahead of Quebec for percentage of the population without a regular health care provider. Last week, the Premier lashed out in his attempts to dodge responsibility. He blamed Ottawa, he blamed the opposition, and he even blamed newcomers. Majas Golshenka says, and I quote, "I'm 72 years old. I moved to Victoria about 2 years ago, and I'm still searching for a doctor," end quote. Why did the Premier blame newcomers like Manaz instead of helping to ensure that all British Columbians can access a family doctor?
Premier of British Columbia.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I was attempting to respond last week to this line of questioning by focusing on the challenges that all British Columbians are facing, whether they live in urban centres or they live in rural British Columbia. We have been uniquely challenged in British Columbia because of the influx of people from across Canada and indeed around the world who have come to British Columbia as a place to put down roots and raise families. With that comes a requirement for services, and we have had questions raised by opposition members, appropriately so, about the challenges of housing, the challenges of healthcare, the challenges of childcare, all a result of the desirability of our province as a place to put down roots. So I embrace and rejoice in that, but we also have to acknowledge that there are downs with the ups, and one of them is providing the myriad of services that the member inventoried and I've just added to. With respect to the federal government, at no time have I blamed the federal government. Quite the contrary, I've appealed to the federal government to join with provinces across the country to reimagine health care, to make sure that we have the services people need now and in the future. That is by making sure that our primary health care system and the network that we are establishing here in British Columbia provides services to people as they need it, where they need it. That's going to take a significant infusion of cash, which has been lacking from successive federal governments going back decades, not days, not months, but decades. This is acknowledged by premiers across the country. I am honoured to be the head of the Council of the Federation today and for the next number of months, and my obligation is to continue to work collaboratively with my colleagues on behalf of all of us so that we can address the challenges the member so quite rightly points out.
West Vancouver Capilano supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the Premier. But this government knows that immigration is happening, that people are moving here. We have those numbers. We have to anticipate that. That can't be an excuse or a reason for us not having enough doctors in British Columbia. It's time for the Premier to look in the mirror and do something other than to deflect. Immigrant women are particularly vulnerable, yet shamefully, the Premier chose to scapegoat people instead of helping them. Kashmir Olik writes, and I quote, "My wonderful doctor will be retiring very soon, and I'm terrified of not receiving proper medical care. Often women of color are not taken seriously, and their concerns are dismissed, leading to more serious health complications," end quote. Will the Premier stand up today, take full responsibility, and tell Kashmir what he is going to do to ensure that hundreds of thousands of British Columbians and she has a family doctor?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And at no time in my life have I ever scapegoated immigrants. I'm the child of an immigrant, and I'm proud to be part of a community. And I appreciate the member is not wholly sincere in her desire to denigrate me. She wants to draw attention to the issue, and I respect that portion of her question. With respect to taking responsibility and accountability as the head of the government, I do so today. On behalf of all British Columbians, the dollar stops with me, the Finance Minister and the Health Minister, as well as all of us working collaboratively to provide the services our citizens want. What we have been doing is trying to break the traditional mold of you need a GP or you can't get health care by putting in place primary care networks so we can provide the services people need in a real-time basis in communities across British Columbia. It's working, it will take more time, and the influx of people coming from around the world is exciting for all of us. But it does have costs, and we all in this House have to pass budgets to make sure that we can provide the services for people, and we'll be bringing forward those budgets as we have since February, and I look forward to unanimous support when the health budget comes forward in the next number of days.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, only in NDP land would they say that presiding over an increase of 200,000 British Columbians who are no longer attached to primary care physicians, that somehow that reflects the primary care networks actually working in this province. It's been an abysmal failure under this Premier and under this government. And for 2 elections, the Premier has actually promised British Columbia that he would make health care better. Instead, the opposite is actually true. Healthcare has been deteriorating day by day by day. It's worsening under this Premier. Now, Alison Lee is a pediatric ER physician at BC Children's Hospital. She says, and I quote, "The hospital is increasingly overwhelmed by patients presenting with issues that could be better treated by family physicians. It's terrible for families who have to wait up to 9 to 10 hours to get their non-urgent issues addressed, and it adds to the burnout of healthcare workers." End quote. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is this. Instead of blaming others, will the Premier listen? Will he take responsibility? And will he take action now to improve healthcare for the British Columbians who need it?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I don't want to draw attention to the 16 years that the BC Liberals had, where they came up with not a solution for healthcare, but a bumper sticker, a GP for me, a GP for me. That's what they ran on in 3 successive elections, Honourable Speaker, and at the end of those 3 successive elections, there were fewer GPs than there were when they started. So if you're going to be throwing rocks in a glass house, Honourable Speaker, you should check the fortifications before you start chucking.
Opposition House Leader, supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, 178,000 British Columbians were attached under our former government. 200,000 additional British Columbians are now without doctors under your government. So what British Columbians need is they need less empty rhetoric, and they actually need results, with all due respect to the Premier. And the crisis in healthcare isn't just taking place at BC Children's Hospital. Over the weekend, Royal Inland Hospital was operating at only 50% of normal nursing complements, putting both patients and staff at risk. Now, we only know that this is actually happening because nurses are coming forward anonymously. One nurse describes the situation like this, and I quote, "Low morale, high stress, toxic, dangerously short-staffed, unsafe. I leave feeling defeated, hopeless, and afraid that we missed something and that we'll be held responsible for poor outcomes we have no control over," end quote. That's one of the nurses under immense stress and pressure at Royal Inland Hospital today. As the Premier knows, Royal Inland is one of the 2 only tertiary referral hospitals in Interior Health, and it's one of the largest trauma hospitals in all of British Columbia. What's happening there is inexcusable, and it's getting worse. When is this Premier going to fix this?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. First, I want to both acknowledge and recognize the extraordinary work of everyone at Royal Inland Hospitals and at hospitals across British Columbia who have done exceptional work over the last 2 years of the pandemic. I think it's important to note the exceptional efforts that have taken place across health authorities to respond to what has been a longer than 2 years now and continuing COVID-19 pandemic. In that time, we've added 30,000 healthcare workers in BC, 30,000. The opposition on Thursday suggested that we lost 8,000 healthcare workers. They're wrong. We actually report on this every year. We do it under the Ministry of Finance, and the fact that it was the finance critic of the opposition raising those issues shows that they haven't clearly seen that. Further, Statistics Canada shows that we've led across Canada in the recruitment of new healthcare workers. Now, that doesn't mean in the midst of 2 public health emergencies there are not exceptional challenges, and that we need to continue this work on behalf of the healthcare system in BC to make sure that we have the people in place to provide a high level of care. Members all around the House understand. If they visit hospitals, they know this. If they talk to nurses, they talk to doctors, they talk to health sciences professionals, they talk to healthcare workers, they know the challenges, but they also know the unprecedented investment by this provincial government in supporting those healthcare workers.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There have been literally dozens of reports over the decades identifying the systemic failures of the Ministry of Children and Families. In 2018, then Representative for Children and Youth Bernard Richard raised his grave concerns about group homes and called out the Ministry of Children and Family Development's lack of oversight as leaving youth facing, quote, unacceptable risk. In 2019, the Auditor General requested an audit of contracted residential homes and found the same conclusion. The ministry was failing to provide effective oversight or monitoring of group homes. The Minister of Children and Family responded to these issues by saying that her ministry is taking incremental steps. These reports, year after year, call for urgent and transformative action, but what we hear from the Minister is incrementalism. My question through you, Honourable Speaker, is to the Minister of Children and Family Development. Which is it? Is her minister taking incremental steps, or are they acting with the urgency that is necessary in this situation?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. There's nothing more important, Honourable Speaker, than keeping the children and youth in our care safe and making sure that they are well and healthy and well cared for. Since forming government in 2017, because we know there have been many reports by the representative for children and youth, especially between 2014 and 2017, the ministry did start work in this area, Honourable Speaker. The ministry has actually already created an inventory of each agency and service provider so that we're better able to match those resources to the needs of children and youth if they do have to come into care. We've set clear standards and expectations for these homes and for caregivers and a system of audit, Honourable Speaker. In 2018, we created a provincial placement process and a centralised system for recruiting and screening potential caregivers. So that means that we're able to do all of the criminal record checks and other record checks that are needed as well. And we imposed a moratorium, Honourable Speaker, so no new contracted agencies would proceed without the approval of the Provincial Director of Child Welfare. And we will be taking more steps, Honourable Speaker. There is more work to do. We will be building a system of specialised homes and support services, making sure that we match the services for children and youth who do have to come into the care system with their needs and helping them to thrive.
Leader of the third party, supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's interesting to hear the Minister talk about standards and expectation and systems of audit. You can look at those practice audits and you can see the dismal failure rate, sometimes 0, sometimes 14%, sometimes 30%, but a consistently dismal failure rate of those practice audits. Where's the accountability? What's the expectation, Honourable Speaker, when a practice audit has failed? Who's held to account for that? What is the response of the ministry? On Friday, the coroner's office announced that it would hold a public inquest into the death of Trayvon Desjardins Chalifu, a Cree 17-year-old boy who died by suicide in an Abbotsford group home in September of 2020. In a statement to the Globe and Mail last week, the Ministry of Children and Families indicated, quote, "It is moving to create an inventory of the agencies and service providers that deliver care." Moving to create an inventory. This government speaks of transforming the system, but it does not even know yet of all the contractors that they have and who are providing services. The past 5 years have seen report after report on how this government is failing to hold itself accountable for the state of group homes in this province. And in April of 2022, a month ago, the Representative for Children and Youth released yet another report detailing how little this ministry can account for its own spending, particularly when it comes to Indigenous youth and families. My question, Honourable Speaker, through you is to the Minister of Children and Families. How can the public and families trust her ministry with the lives of the most vulnerable children in the province and a $2 billion budget when she can't even tell us where the money is going?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'd like to start by recognising that the death of a child is a tragedy and is heartbreaking, and I offer my condolences to everybody who knew the young person. Nothing is more important than keeping children and youth safe and making sure that we support them in fulfilling their potential. As the member knows, I'm not able to speak to specific incidents, but what I can say is it is a priority for our ministry to make sure that we keep children and youth safe and wherever possible that we keep families together. Our ministry has done a lot of work to improve the system, particularly in response to Indigenous children and youth. We know that they're overrepresented in the child welfare system. And so our ministry, our government, has been taking steps, Honourable Speaker. We changed provincial legislation to be able to, when significant action is being taken in the life of a child or a youth, to be able to talk to community and to ask and say, is there an auntie, is there a grandma, somebody in the community who can help and who can provide supports and services for a child? We raised the level of support for carers who are providing out-of-care placements. And, Honourable Speaker, we're now seeing fewer Indigenous children and youth in care, and the lowest number of Indigenous children and youth in care in 20 years, Honourable Speaker. We have a lot of work to do, and we have continued every year in investing. In my ministry, my budget has gone up every year since 2017. We have a lot more work to do, Honourable Speaker, but our government has shown our commitment to improving the system in the interests of children and youth.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 5 British Columbians do not have a doctor. There is a crisis in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, it's both for our healthcare staff, who are exceptional, but also for our patients. A nurse who fears being identified because she would be fired says, and I quote, "I feel like the hospital is on the verge of something tragic happening because we are stretched too thin," end quote. Recently, one of my constituents with a life-threatening infection was left on a gurney for 5 hours with no water and no food. Mr. Speaker, at 90 years old, he was left for hours in pain, covered in his own jacket for warmth, in a children's playroom with sheets duct taped to the windows for privacy. Will the Premier take responsibility and act to fix what is a broken system so that British Columbians can get the care that they so desperately need?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. I think that the work done by healthcare professionals and healthcare workers in BC over this period of pandemic, over this period of overdose public health emergency, has been exceptional. There are, Honourable Speaker, very significant challenges under those circumstances. And in that time, British Columbia has taken significant steps to support the system. We've led the country in adding healthcare workers to the system, led the country in adding LPNs to the system, led the country in adding staff to the system to support long-term care and acute care. I'm happy to review any issue brought to my attention by the honourable member. He will know that I don't speak to specific issues in public and can't, but I'm happy to discuss the specifics of the issue that he raises with him at any time. He and his colleague knows that I consistently do that with all members of the House, and I'd happy to engage in that. When you look at it, you look around BC and you see the improvements being made in healthcare facilities and the investment in those facilities, in the support of staff, and on our overall response to the pandemic. It has been excellent. And I'm happy to respond to the member and meet with the member about any concerns he has with respect to his constituent.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, perhaps the minister needs to dig a little more into those Stats Can figures that he keeps talking about, because Stats Canada says BC is the only major province to lose hospital employees during the pandemic. Flat out. And the minister can say the system's getting better. It's not. These are people working in the system pleading for help from this government. Here's another nurse who's come forward. I can't name this nurse, though, because of an NDP gag order. And I will quote, "Morale is terrible. Staffing is awful. We feel unsupported and unappreciated. We feel abandoned. Never in my life have I felt as worthless and expendable as I do now." End quote. When will the Premier stop pointing the fingers everywhere else and blaming other people and actually fix this crisis? And at a minimum, maybe even acknowledge that crisis exists.
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, the member opposite is the finance critic of the opposition. We count the number of healthcare workers we have in BC since the pandemic. We count them. It's a report that he receives every year, and all members of the House receives every year. 2019, I know the opposition prefers surveys to facts, but there you go, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, that's a... Honourable
Members,
Speaker, 2000...
Let's hear the answer.
2019, 186,775. 2021, 216,020. Those are just the facts. Honourable Speaker, the member refers to Stats Can, and I encourage him actually to read the reports, because what does Stats Can say? Quote, BC experiences the highest growth in health employment of any provinces during the pandemic. The member is simply wrong on the facts. Wrong on the facts. He takes, there's actually, and this is something Stats Can did, they reclassified employees. The numbers are the same. You just have to read the whole report and you'll see what the facts are. You'll see what the facts are. With respect to what the member refers to, you know, the facts. 8,000, he says. It isn't 8,000, it's 30,000 the other way. Last he says, we're actually first in Canada, Honourable Speaker. Up is down, Honourable Speaker. But I would say this, Honourable Speaker, the member refers to a gag order. I just want to read to him from the code of conduct that he's referring to. Interior health employees are free to comment on public issues. Just repeat. Interior health employees are free to comment on public issues, but must exercise caution to ensure that by doing so they do not jeopardize the perception of impartiality in the performance of their duties. That's right. That is right in the document they referred to that they quoted from last week. They quoted from last week, but they didn't quote the whole thing. They didn't quote the facts.
Member for Kelowna Mission. Let's hear the question, please. Members. Member will continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Here's a fact.
Members.
Here is another nurse who could lose her job for coming forward if I named her. I'm going to quote, "Staffing is beyond horrific. I've been here almost 30 years, and I'm beyond articulating how terrible I feel after 12 hours. On one of my shifts, an elderly lady waited in the hall for 7 hours before nursing was able to reassess her. No turns, no fluids, no IV, no diaper change. I cried and then went home and cried again. End quote. Will the Premier act now and stop our healthcare system from collapsing?
Minister of Health.
Well, Honourable Speaker, I know the member talks to nurses, and I talk to nurses on a regular basis. I know members of the opposition do as well. And I know the challenges that they have faced in particular in this extraordinary period that we've been in and the exceptional work that they do. That's why BC, and these are, again, I know they may not fit the question, but they are important, has added, we were at the bottom of the country in nurses per capita. We've added significant nurses, as you know, in the last number of years, LPNs and registered nurses and nurse practitioners and registered psychiatric nurses. And still, as the member knows, there are every day extraordinary challenges when you're in 2 public health emergencies. And we are with those nurses, and that's why we are, as the member also knows, making changes to make it easier, for example, for internationally educated nurses to come into the system. We announced those 2 weeks ago. It's why we continue to give nurses a greater role in primary care, which is critical. And you see that across the system. It's why we have twice as many nurse practitioners now as we did when we became Minister of Health. And those nurse practitioners are active in providing care in the community. There is no question that there are challenges. There are no question there are challenges in the system. But what we have to do is recognize that in this pandemic, the public health care system responded in an exceptional way for people in BC. And we've got to continue, Honourable Speaker, to invest in it, to ensure it does so and continues to do so in the future.
Member for Peace River South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the words that we're hearing today that this government seems to be dismissing are actually the words of the healthcare professionals themselves. Here's another nurse who's come forward, but I can't name them again because they're worried about the pushback that they'll get in the NDP gag order. And I quote, "I often stay awake all night before a shift having panic attacks. I cry on my way to work, and then I cry again on my way home." End quote. These are the health professionals' words, what they're talking about. When is this government going to act to fix this crisis and help these frontline workers?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. That's what we are working to do, have been working to do since 2017. It means significant investment all over the province. It means investment in the north to recruit and support nursing there and to deal with what is a significant problem, as the member knows, because we've met and talked about it on a number of occasions. The attrition of healthcare workers in the north. We just don't need to recruit. We need to ensure that people stay there, and that means addressing issues around the quality of work. It means having outstanding healthcare facilities. That's why I'm proud we're building a new hospital in Dawson Creek that the member has advocated for and that we've delivered on, and I think that's a positive thing to help, again, recruit people. In other words, to continue to invest in our healthcare workers and our healthcare professionals in order to support people who, when they need the healthcare system, get the care they deserve and the care that they need. And that's what we need to continue to do.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again today in this legislature, we've heard the stories of desperate healthcare professionals. Of course they've done exceptional work. Not one person on this side of the House or any seat in this legislature is saying anything other than that. But here are the facts. Almost 1 million people in British Columbia do not have an attachment to a family doctor. Doctors are closing their practices. Healthcare professionals that we've heard today are exhausted and burned out. Story after story after story in this legislature today, just a few of them. And I know this, that every single person in this legislature is hearing those stories. Stories of fear and desperation and frustration. British Columbians would be shocked to know, despite what the minister says, that in Ontario and Quebec, since 2017, hospital employment went up by 14,000 people. And in fact, in Alberta, up by 6,000. And those same numbers point out that British Columbia went in the opposite direction, down by 10,000. And the minister can dispute and people can groan about what nurses are feeling. Let's be clear. When people are told that they can't speak out for fear of consequences, that is described as a gag order and nothing less, and the minister knows it. Here's a quote for the Premier from another desperate nurse. The constant anxiety and feelings of impending doom due to our inability to provide decent care and preserve dignity sticks with us. We are constantly fearful for our licenses and afraid for our patients. We aren't sleeping, we aren't coping, end quote. If those words do not compel this Premier to get up and take action, I don't know what will. We are not coping. The words of a desperate nurse in the healthcare system in British Columbia. So to the Premier, will he get up today and acknowledge the desperate nurses and healthcare workers in our province who have spoken out, who want to be heard? Will he get up today, acknowledge their voices, and take immediate action?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has repeated something the finance critics said that's simply wrong. The Statistics Canada numbers, hospitals 2019, 112.3, 2020, 118.2, 2021, 137. That's what the numbers are. And that would be what you'd expect them to be with the exceptional pressure on the public health care system in 2 public health emergencies. I mean, what the member is suggesting, that we've lost 8,000 workers, is preposterous on the face of it. And it's wrong. It's simply wrong. That doesn't mean that the issues that are being raised are not significant to me and to people. What it indicates is that through this exceptional time, when the healthcare system in BC has been put under exceptional strain, our system has responded with courage and generosity. And it needs support now, and it will have it from this government.
The bell ends question period. Minister of State for Childcare.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Can I seek leave to make an introduction?
Is leave granted? Please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my dear friend and sister, Justine Aurora, who is visiting the legislature today with her partner, Justin Palmer. Justine Aurora was a former member of the child care team, and I remember just about over 3 years ago when she left the job, that I made a little introduction here in this house to wish her and her partner getting engaged. And then 3 years after, she's getting married in June this year. So congratulations to Justine, and thank you for your many contributions. And my next wish is that they'll make a lot of kids and benefit from our Childcare BC plan. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call second reading Bill 22, the School Amendment Act. And in Section A, the Douglas Fir Room, I call continued estimates debate for the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Committee chairs.
All right, members. I would like to acknowledge the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be read a second time now. Honourable Speaker, this legislation amends the School Act to support the province in addressing its constitutional obligations under Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to meet the capital needs of the Conseil scolaire francophone, or CSF, as defined by a 2020 Supreme Court of Canada decision. The CSF is one of 60 public boards of education established under the School Act, but has a unique and specific mandate to provide public education in French. The CSF is the sole public Francophone education authority in British Columbia and provides Francophone educational programs primarily to students whose parents have constitutional rights under Section 23 of the Charter to have their children receive education in the French language. From 2010 to 2020, the province and the CSF were engaged in litigation primarily focused on the provision of land and facilities to support the delivery of Francophone educational programs. In that litigation, the CSF alleged infringements of minority language education rights under the Charter and sought systemic as well as specific relief in relation to almost 20 BC communities. The case was ultimately heard by the Supreme Court of Canada. In June 2020, the Supreme Court of Canada issued a judgment that creates a new legal analysis for determining what Section 23 requires in a given community, and in particular, when separate minority language school facilities must be provided. The court specifically addressed the province's obligations in relation to the communities involved in the litigation, increasing the number and scope of school facilities that must be provided. The court also confirmed that its new analysis will define the province's Section 23 obligations and therefore the Conseil scolaire francophone's capital needs into the future. Since the creation of the CSF in the mid-1990s, the ministry has used several mechanisms to acquire school and lands for the CSF, including having ministry staff dedicated to CSF capital projects, informal negotiation with boards of education and leveraging the ministry's approval of boards' capital project requests in exchange for that board's agreement to provide surplus land to the CSF, as well as formal dispute resolution between boards and the CSF. But these mechanisms have proven to be insufficient to meet the scope of the province's Section 23 constitutional obligations as now defined by the Supreme Court of Canada's 2020 decision. Under its newly defined CSF capital strategy, the province will take a coordinated approach to meeting the CSF's capital needs and will build on existing mechanisms to do so by increasing its efforts in collaborating with the CSF and exploring the creation of a CSF project office, supporting the use of Crown land where possible, and, if necessary, transferring land held in fee simple by boards of education to the CSF. And the proposed amendments to the School Act support the implementation of the Crown land and land transfer elements of the CSF capital strategy. In particular, the ministry is proposing a minor amendment to permit the Minister of Education and Childcare to make orders that will require boards of education and the CSF to report information and records to the ministry respecting all lands that they own and lease. This reporting requirement will allow the ministry to create and maintain an inventory of all lands used for K-12 purposes to support efforts to better inform capital planning to meet the CSF's capital needs over the long term. In regard to the proposed new authority to transfer property held by boards of education, the ministry is committed to using all internal and collaborative approaches to provide land to the CSF. However, we recognize there may be situations where a board is not in a position to negotiate a transfer of some of its land, and all other options that would allow the province to meet its constitutional obligations have been explored and unsuccessfully exhausted. So to address this hopefully rare circumstance, the proposed legislation includes a new two-part authority for the Minister of Education and Childcare. First, an authority to designate land that is held in fee simple by a Board of Education for potential transfer to the CSF, and second, an authority to apply to have title to the designated land transferred to the CSF. The designation authority will be exercised by order of the Minister with prior approval of the Lieutenant Governor and Council, and can only be exercised if the Minister is satisfied that transfer of the designated land is necessary to give effect to Section 23 of the Charter. As noted, after a parcel is designated, the Minister may then apply to the Registrar of Land Titles to cause the title to be transferred to the CSF. It is important to reiterate that this proposed new power will only be used as a last resort if and when the other available mechanisms have been explored and have failed to provide the school facilities for the CSF that are constitutionally required. The proposed new division that creates the designation and transfer authority also allows the Minister to take steps to protect designated land before it is transferred to the CSF by filing notice of a designation in the Land Title Office, and permits the Minister to make regulations respecting compensation that is required to be paid if land is transferred to the CSF under these provisions. Finally, the proposed legislation also includes minor housekeeping amendments to update the Ministry's name in the School Act. And I will leave my initial comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted? Aye. So ordered.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for that. I do have a friend who's actually in the building, in the house, and she was actually in the chamber, and I failed to introduce her, so I do apologize. Her name is Ria Aurora. She used to be a colleague of mine when I used to work in a constituency office. Phenomenal individual who's charismatic, caring, and very progressive, and she has done a phenomenal job pushing a lot of community agenda to ensure that we're creating a fair, just, and equitable society for all. So I'll take a moment to just recognize her and thank you for the introduction.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And thank you to the Minister and to your staff for the work that was done to bring this bill forward. I'm pleased to speak to Bill 22, the School Amendment Act. This legislation enables British Columbia to fulfill its constitutional obligation as defined by the Supreme Court of Canada's 2020 decision, which is to respect minority language rights and improve access to French language schools for Francophone British Columbians. Under Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, minority language educational rights, Canadian citizens are entitled to have their children educated in one of Canada's official languages. The provincial government is required to provide that education to Canadians in the official language of their choice, even in areas where a minority of residents speak that language. Honourable Speaker, language, as we spoke about this morning, is more than a means of communication. It forms part of the identity and culture of individuals and linguistic communities in Canada's multicultural society. We acknowledge the importance of working with the Francophone community in British Columbia to ensure minority language education rights are respected, and this Amendment Act is a necessary step to fulfill the Supreme Court decision. While this bill gives the Ministry of Education the authority to collect land data from school boards, my concern is that there are no limits placed on how and where such data are stored, accessed, and shared. We need to be vigilant to ensure these data are not used in scenarios unrelated to meeting Section 23 of the Charter. Boundaries should be set for data usage, and the Ministry has a responsibility to be transparent on how these data are used. In addition, the bill gives the Ministry the authority to expropriate land from other school districts and transfer the ownership to the CSF, which could potentially lead to the closing of a school on the land, effectively requiring students to move. This poses a legitimate concern to parents regarding how their children will be affected in areas the court has listed where the Francophone Authority needs new schools to meet demands. Whistler, Chilliwack, West, and in North Victoria, Burnaby, Northeast Vancouver, and the Central Fraser Valley. While we fully support CSF's long-term capital strategy to deliver projects in communities, it should not be at the expense of disrupted education of other students. With that, the official opposition looks forward to exploring details in this bill regarding the new power of data collection and the land transfer for the ministry during the committee stage. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I rise to speak to the bill that proposes changes to the School Act. And I think this is a step forward for our province, and particularly for Francophone students in our province. And it is encouraging to see the province respond to the recent Supreme Court of Canada case and move forward to ensure that Section 23 charter rights are protected. These amendments give the province the ability to transfer land from an education authority to the Conseil scolaire francophone, and for them to build schools and increase access to French language instruction. There are 6,500 Francophone students in our province, or approximately 1.5% of the school population. For decades, the provincial government has been found to have underfunded French language education, and it's important that these inequities be addressed. I hope to see this as actually a foundation for how this government will also address other inequities that we see in our province, and that it is a hopeful sign for the thousands of students wanting to be instructed in an Indigenous language, or for the students who are waiting to receive equitable instruction for their special needs. There are 71,000 Indigenous students in British Columbia and 73,000 students with special needs. The concern that was just raised by the critic for the official opposition around what the implications might be for specific parents and schools across the province, that concern exists in my riding as well. Parkside Academy is a non-profit daycare in my riding in Cowichan Valley. They have 127 children and are trying to grow more than 150 spots. Their waiting list is over 250 children long, and they've been based out of the Sonoma School for 5 years and provide excellent childcare for the community. Recently the CSF has sought to purchase the land they're on, and I think what's going to be important as we move forward with this legislation and with the required and essential accommodation of Francophone students is that others are not, in fact, losing access to education or to childcare spots, that this becomes an expansion of what is offered in British Columbia as opposed to a contraction. I'm also, recently seeing a lot of school districts announcing that they are considering cutting, or they are having to cut funds in their budgets and cutting programs like music or positions like school counselors and psychologists. And so I think in the context of this bill, it is important to recognize the absolute necessity for equitable, universally accessible, and high-quality public education across the province. And I hope to hear more from the Minister on that topic, and we'll be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Member for Chilliwack, Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I'm going to only take a few minutes, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity as somebody who attended a school that was run by Conseil scolaire francophone in Chilliwack. I'm an Army brat, which is a loving term that I fully wear. And when we moved to British Columbia, I had the pleasure and ability to attend École La Vérendrye for elementary school. And as a matter of fact, Honourable Speaker, my first English class that wasn't English class didn't come until grade 11. So I attended a Francophone education, which is distinctly different than French immersion. Both programs are really incredible and really amazing and a wonderful way to share the French language. However, they are very different. And I appreciate the work that has been done by the ministry and that will be done, enabled through this legislation, to recognize the needs for CSF to be able to offer that kind of education. I know that I've heard from several parents in Chilliwack, Kent, who are seeking to continue their children's education, which is their right to do so, as they move into high school. So Chilliwack still enjoys the ability to send our children to École La Vérendrye for elementary school. However, when it comes to the middle school or high school option, it gets very difficult, and often the choice is French immersion, or which comes with some limitations as to which programming, which schools somebody can go to, which spots are available. But it isn't that Francophone education that the parents are looking for. So I rise to support this bill fully, and just to recognize that I'm hearing from across the way, concerns about contraction, whether this will mean that somebody else is losing. And what I would offer there is that we have this ministry and public service has been able to grow the available courses and experience and ways of learning and ways of knowing so much over the past years. And I look forward to seeing how having this kind of education truly available benefits everyone. I know that maybe I would still be speaking French if I had more French students who were coming to my office to tell me about it. I know that a lot of people in the House would probably agree that we lose our second or third languages slowly over time if we don't practice them. And I know in Chilliwack and the Fraser Valley, where this is such an important topic, that I will be hearing positive things from a lot of the parents. So to the parents who have given me their time in Chilliwack, Kent, to explain to me how important it is and the difficult choices and decisions that are being made, and who have contacted me to let me know that this is really just such a great enabling way of moving forward, that they appreciate that Section 23 is being recognized for them and their children. I thank you for taking the time to share with me, and I thank you for allowing me to rise and just offer my support to this bill. Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak to this bill this afternoon, because it is a very important piece of legislation, and one that is going to enable the government to honor a lot of jurisprudence, Supreme Court decision of great significance in 2020 that had been brewing for a long time. But really this issue goes back to the modernization of our Constitution in Canada in 1980 and the explicit reference to the two official languages of Canada and the right to have equivalent services for the most important things in life. So public services, and what could be more important than, of course, education. And what British Columbia is trying to construct is something that's been a feature of life in the education systems in Ontario and in Quebec, in New Brunswick, an officially bilingual province, but is late coming out west. And when we look at the timing of this bill, I think it actually comes on the heels of a lot of positive momentum where we were able to work with the 59 Anglophone school districts and the one provincial Francophone school district on a basis where they are working cooperatively in almost every instance. So when the minister spoke of how this bill is necessary, but hopefully rarely, if ever, invoked, I think is accurate based on the momentum that is positive and the cooperation we're seeing between Anglophone school districts and the Francophone district. However, having said that, there may be occasions where it is necessary and where the province has a responsibility to respond to the courts to show progress to that decision that is instructing us. Of course, we are showing tremendous progress, but there is urgency here. A lot of people don't understand that while there are a number of fast-growing school districts in the province of BC, and we can think of Surrey, we can think of the Souk School District here on the island, which is mainly growing very quickly because of the municipality of Langford and Colwood. We think of Langley. Overall, though, a very stable, manageable growth in the school system in most regions of the province. But the Francophone School District is in fact actually one of the fastest growing school districts in the province. So there is tremendous demand here. From my own experience in my own area, my own region, where I represent a number of Francophone constituencies, parent groups, students, in the early 90s when École Brodeur was established. It was remarkable, first of all, how popular it was, but also how quickly the classrooms filled up in that district. And understandably so. This is obviously the home to Canada's Pacific Fleet. We have a historic Francophone community. We have a number of parents and families stationed here who are serving the armed forces, for example, where that demand was coming from. But that doesn't answer the question as to why a second school was needed so quickly thereafter. And again, this is a success story that the Minister of Education can be very proud of, and that is that on a voluntary basis, i.e. without needing Bill 22 or such legislation, recently there was a transfer at Lansdowne Middle School of significant acreages, I think 7 or 8 acres, to construct our second Francophone public school in this region, in the north part of Victoria, which I believe the opposition critic referenced. So soon that specific reference in the court document will be satisfied by progress that is happening thanks to the provincial government and the very robust capital program, if I can put it that way, that is enabling this to happen. A few years ago when I was Minister of Education, we were grappling with previous decisions prior to 2020, which was really a result of another appeal. That isn't so much important as it was that we were under the same imperative to provide better Francophone education in regions where it was warranted based on the student numbers. And I was very pleased to work with members on all sides of the House to work with Francophone families in their constituencies to, in some cases, be able to resolve that. I can think of the Okanagan-Skaha district and the member for Penticton being a particular champion in working for the transfer of lands and a school facility to the Francophone School District, which was successful and which was fairly done to the school district, as have been the other examples. We're talking about basically a market land value that is properly assessed and that is transferred to the Anglophone School District. We're not talking about taking land and giving nothing to the district in exchange for that asset. And very recently, it's fortuitous I'm sitting next to the Minister for Childcare here, but in Burnaby, just 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, and I'm reading from a press release here, the Burnaby School District was able to work on a cooperative basis with the Francophone School District to again have another win, both for Burnaby Anglophone students and Francophone families in Burnaby, of which there is a long, rich history of Francophone, the linguistic community in that part of Metro Vancouver. And the success was that the province of BC provided the Conseil Scolaire Francophone de la Colombie-Britannique with $24.5 million to purchase the former Duthie Union Elementary School site from the Burnaby School District. And again, a fantastic win based on a negotiation, based on both parties having being able to share goals in that land transfer, and will not require the bill that is under debate today. So I want members to be aware of that. I think going forward, there will be most instances possibly all instances of satisfying land transfer to the court done without this legislation. But this legislation must give us the tools in instances where that is not possible, or that is not the case, or the negotiations are stalled out and that we are not meeting the timelines that have been established by the court, and therefore we are in violation of the court. That's why we need this bill, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to go back to this news release here because I like the quote from Jen Maze, who is the chair of the Burnaby Board of Education, and she said this, speaking on behalf of the Anglophone District in Burnaby: "It was important to us as a board that the land remain in the hands of a school district providing public education. We are pleased that with this sale, there will be a Francophone school in Burnaby, providing another learning opportunity for children and youth in our community." And that is exactly the right attitude and positivity and cooperation that we would expect to see, and we are seeing in districts around the province. But I can tell you that there have been instances, and one in particular, where significant effort has been put towards trying to create this similar dynamic with fair compensation in place in the Vancouver School Board, a district, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that has 20,000 vacant seats, has significant excess lands compared to any other district in the province. I mean, there is nobody that compares to that particular situation, but has been unable to work with the Francophone School District to identify sites on the west side of Vancouver where they desperately need a school to serve the Francophone community, which was specifically referenced by the court. The court, by the way, also said, and this isn't legally enforceable, but they did note in the reasons for judgment, that Anglophone school districts ought to work side by side with the province to resolve the conclusions of the court, which was that these language rights needed to be satisfied and that the public school system should work cooperatively to find solutions. And while I think there have been a lot of well-intentioned people that have put a lot of work in at the Vancouver School Board to do this, it has not been brought to any successful conclusion after years and years and years of work. So it may be the case that this bill is needed in that instance, it may not be. I don't have a full up-to-date knowledge on how well discussions are going in the Vancouver School Board. But I can tell you that if we had Bill 22 when I was Minister of Education, I likely would have used it to come to a satisfactory resolution that would already probably have produced a school building and may have produced some benefits by providing fair compensation to the Vancouver School Board that could have been invested in other capital priorities in their long-range facility plan, but instead there was an inability to get to an agreement, and unfortunately nothing has been done for Francophone students to improve the situation where they lack a school, or for kids in some of the fast-growing areas in a district otherwise that is continuing to experience flat enrollment or even modest enrollment decline. And I'm speaking specifically of the community around False Creek. So I want to go back to Ms. Maze's point again, because I think she's displayed exactly the right kind of attitude that we should expect from our education leaders. And that is, and that MLAs in this House will recognize. We represent Anglophones and Francophones and all kinds of communities. We have just introduced a bill a couple of hours ago, Mr. Speaker, that communities of color, Métis and Indigenous peoples worked with the government on producing to counter discrimination, to hold government accountable, to make sure that in employment and housing and education, there is no discrimination happening as we go forward, that we measure that we report on that, and that we stamp out racism in all forms. And indeed, it is in that spirit that this bill, I think, will enable us to overcome any resistance, should there be any, to the linguistic rights of the Francophone community in British Columbia, because there are some voices, some influential voices in the Vancouver education community that have seen cooperation as a bad idea, that have seen it as taking something away from the Vancouver School Board in an area, Mr. Speaker, where, let's face it, land is hard to come by and land prices are amongst the highest in North America. They have seen the project of working cooperatively for the betterment of public education in a city and a government and a local situation that represents both Francophone the Francophone minority and the Anglophone minority, as something that's not our problem. That's up to the province. Well, that's the wrong idea, Mr. Speaker. If we're going to make progress, if we're going to satisfy the court, and if we're going to allow the Francophone minority to have what the court has rightly said is an entitlement to have the same type of high-quality educational facility and instruction in a community like Vancouver, I hope we don't need Bill 22, but it certainly may be quite helpful to have this law come into force and break a logjam if we can't do it on a voluntary basis together. But I think we won't need it. I think we will continue to do what Penticton has done. We will continue to do what Kamloops School District has done, the Victoria School District, and so many others. And we'll continue to make progress in northern BC, where there is a vibrant, growing Francophone community. And I want to thank again the Minister for her work in moving this forward, and also in getting a number of positive agreements in very recent weeks and months to satisfy the court decision that obliges us as lawmakers to satisfy the court decision around this important language right that is long established in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Seeing no further speakers, does the Minister wish to close debate?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from West Vancouver Capilano for her comments and look forward to our further discussion during committee stage. I'd like to thank the member, the leader of the third party, for her comments, and of course my colleagues for their perspectives on what is an important step forward, certainly in addressing our constitutional obligations with respect to Francophone students, but also that really is in the spirit of recognizing that we have really one educational system in the province, a diversity of students, and that we need to find ways and work together to ensure that that the needs of students are met. So with that, I'll close my comments there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member moves second reading.
Speaker, I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House.
Sorry to confuse you, Minister. I understood the Minister to have moved second reading.
I'm sorry, I did move second reading, yes.
Thank you. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Recognize the Minister of Education and Childcare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Thank you, Minister. Members have heard the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I call the second reading of Bill 21, the Professional Governance Amendment Act. The Attorney General has brought the wrong binder. He will be back in the House momentarily, and I suggest we recess until he appear to begin debate.
Very good, Minister. We will take a short recess. Thank you, members. All right, members, we are back from that short recess. That's all I'll say about being short. Minister of Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the bill be now read a second time. Bill 21 consists of amendments to the Professional Governance Act. These amendments have been primarily driven by the operational experience of the Office of the Superintendent of Professional Governance and the regulatory bodies operating under it. They reflect the requirement in the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act to ensure BC laws are consistent with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Proposed amendments also draw from recommendations made in recent reviews of professional governance models in BC, health and legal professions, to reflect ongoing development in governance best practices. Key amendments included in this bill will enable the Lieutenant Governor and Council to set out regulations in respect of an annual fee on regulatory bodies to fund performance management functions, express confirmation that reserving professional practices to registrants of a profession does not impact Indigenous traditional knowledge or practices, enable government to achieve flexibility in the designation and amalgamation processes to reflect right-touch regulation principles, enable regulatory bodies to address non-compliance with administrative matters, such as completion of continuing education requirements outside of the discipline process in a manner that is procedurally fair, enable the Lieutenant Governor and Council to set out regulations to enact feasible requirements around declarations of competence and declarations of conflict of interest, and transition to terminology which better reflects that regulatory bodies are not membership organizations. This includes transitioning away from councillor/president terms to board member/board chair terms, and from professional association to professional regulator. The regulatory bodies, which include the Applied Science Technologists and Technicians of BC, the Association of BC Forest Professionals, the BC Institute of Agrology, the College of Applied Biologists, and the Engineers and Geoscientists of BC, along with the Architectural Institute of BC, which will be transitioning under the Professional Governance Act later this year, have been engaged on these amendments. The First Nations Leadership Council and the BC Alliance of Treaty First Nations were also engaged in the development of the amendment related to Indigenous traditional knowledge and practices. Since the Professional Governance Act received royal assent in 2018, the Office of the Superintendent of Professional Governance has provided value in promoting best practices and holding regulatory bodies accountable to performance standards while being responsive to their operational needs. It has advanced transparency to and trust of the public on professional governance matters and has demonstrated its own accountability in its annual reports to the Legislature. These proposed amendments reflect this government's commitment to administrative efficiency and will ensure the regulatory bodies continue to operate under a modern governance framework that protects the public interest. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Attorney. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On Bill 21, my comments won't be lengthy. We've just heard from the Attorney General that what we are dealing with here is a piece of legislation that is designed to draw on the experiences of the last 3.5, 4 years since the passage and enactment of the Professional Governance Act. And he has enunciated and summarized some of the proposed amendments, changes, and updates included within this package, this Bill 21. The original act, of course, is a lengthy document, almost 110 pages of legislation, and it's not terribly surprising, therefore, that along the way some issues may have arisen that require addressing in subsequent legislation. For the purposes of the debate that will follow, or the discussion that will follow in committee, I can tell the Attorney General that a general line of questioning will be to seek from the Attorney and the staff he'll have with him an explanation for the experiences that may have given rise to some of the changes that are being proposed. Some of them are linguistic, as he's pointed out. The shift from membership language to regulatory language is reflected in a number of sections of the bill. He won't be surprised to know that there will be an interest expressed on the part of the opposition as it relates to the provisions of the legislation that deal with the creation of a regulatory power around the creation of a fee. We've had the benefit of a brief discussion with staff about what might be contemplated there, but the Attorney will appreciate that we'll seek some comment from him on the record as part of the committee proceedings about what the nature of those fees are likely to be, what they're intended to cover, how they might be applied, how they might be determined, and subsequently applied.
Mr. Speaker. It's a piece of legislation that, quite frankly, lends itself more appropriately to a detailed discussion in the at the committee stage, and for that reason, the opposition is content to facilitate passage through second reading to the committee stage of debate. Those are my comments.
Seeing no further speakers, Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I always appreciate my critic, the member for Abbotsford West, giving a roadmap of potential questions that assist me and staff in being more complete in our responses, and I'm grateful for that. With that, Honourable Speaker, I move second reading.
Thank you, Attorney. Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Attorney.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued second reading.
I believe you have to commit the bill.
Oh, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Where would we be without you? I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member's right. I call continued second reading Bill 10, Labour Relations Code Amendment Act.
Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me pleasure to take my place back in the debate today. I only had a few minutes there when we closed up on Thursday for the week, so I'm glad to continue my comments around Bill 10 and what is essentially really the stripping away of democratic process in the workplace in British Columbia. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because that's really the core of Bill 10. We've heard government members speak to Bill 10 already, and I'm not sure if they think the bill is something other than it is, or if they've read something different. We're not redoing labour code in terms of safety practice and safety standards in the workplace. Bill 10 is not designed, and its intended purpose is not to make workplaces safer. Yet that's what the majority of the commentary by government members has been to this point. Absolutely, everyone deserves and has a right to work in a safe workplace. No one's disputing that. But stripping away the right to a secret ballot does not accomplish that. No one is saying that you should not have the right to assimilate and be part of a union. Of course you should have that right to do that, and you have that right in British Columbia right now under existing legislation. What Bill 10 does is it actually strips away the democratic right of joining that union that you have. And that is where the problem lies from my perspective. I was thinking back to what got me to this place, and I went through a nomination process. I know probably most government members that would have been part of a snap election wouldn't have had a chance to go through a nomination process in their riding, but I certainly did. That was contested, and it's interesting because there are similarities. You write a card right now, and you sign a card under the current system. If there's enough people that sign cards, it goes to a vote a few days later. In my case, for my nomination, I went out and I sold memberships. People had to sign to become a member of the BC Liberal Party, and I'm sure the NDP operates a very similar way in terms of people taking out a membership. And then there's a few-day period at the end of those membership sales, at the end of signing those cards, and people get together again, and they have a secret ballot to decide who will be their representative. That's what enabled me to become a candidate for our party in my riding. We then carried that forward to having an election where you fill out a whole bunch of paperwork and you sign your intentions on papers of what you would like to try to do. You ask the people for further confirmation. It's a secret ballot. That's essentially the same process we have if you would like to join a union in British Columbia. Unions come in, they make representation, they try to convince members it would be a good idea to join their union, why they would benefit in that particular workplace. That's not a problem at all. If they convince enough people to sign a card showing intention that they would like to explore this further, they do. They then move forward with a secret vote that's oversaw by an independent neutral party, much like Elections BC. Not in this case, it's not Elections BC. I believe it's the Labour Board that comes in and supervises. There's a secret vote. If enough people vote yes, the unionization of that workplace continues on. Not a problem at all. You don't need to change the legislation to enable people to have that right to move forward with the process. To say and to try to suggest in any measure that a secret ballot creates intimidation and coercion instead of sitting in a room full of people, co-workers and organizers, and saying that a show of hands essentially is less onerous on people and less stressful on people to be able to provide their true thought and true intention is laughable. Because just like with my nomination, just because someone took out a membership does not necessarily mean when they're standing in the privacy of that voting booth by themselves, they actually marked my name down on the ballot. And that's okay, that was their right. Just like in an election. When I first ran for city council back in 2002, I can't even remember how many thousands of votes I got. I can guarantee you I almost had twice as many people tell me to my face that they voted for me. And that's okay. Because it gets awkward sometimes and people don't know what to say. And every local government official, former local government official in here probably knows what I'm talking about. Because that's what people do. So stripping away the right of somebody to have a secret ballot on something as critical as what will shape the future of their work, potentially for their career, the length of their career, that's critical that something like that demonstrates what their true intention is. No one is saying they shouldn't be allowed to have that right to join a union. Absolutely they should. And if it's working conditions that are driving the need for that, that will shine through in the secret ballot vote. And in fact, under the current rules, if an employer is deemed to be meddling in this whole process, then in fact the certification is immediate. It's automatic. Pretty high stakes for a business to go to the levels of coercion that are being bandied about by government right now as an excuse to strip democratic rights for people. Now, I'm no expert, obviously, as it comes to who formulates the bulk of NDP delegates when they go to a convention, but I would imagine there'd be a lot of labor leaders, a lot of labor organizers, people that would be trying to set up unions in various job sites, and that's fair enough. There's no secret the connection with the NDP and labor, and they should be allowed to freely associate with whatever political party they choose to associate with. But it's interesting because those exact same organizers trying to say that a secret ballot is a coercion tactic don't seem to have a problem electing all of their executive in an NDP election by secret ballot. Those are the same people that would be walking into workplaces and saying that a secret ballot is too onerous and too rife with problems. Yet, here, let's look at some of the elected positions with the NDP, where it's a secret ballot by these same people, many of whom in the room would be the ones going in a workplace to organize. I look forward to the member from Nanaimo's commentary. I'm sure he'll get to his feet and defend why stripping away a secret ballot, and that way we can actually have it on the record instead of just Hansard marking him down as interjections in the middle of this. Other elected positions: party president, secret ballot; treasurer, secret ballot; regional representatives of the party executive, secret ballot; Northern Caucus representative, the party executive, secret ballot; the chairs of the Participation of Women's Committee, the New Democratic Youth of Canada, the Racial Justice and Equality Committee, the Aboriginal Commission, the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgendered Committee, the Persons Living with Disabilities Committee, and the Federal Caucus representative. All secret ballots. Not a showing of hands in the middle of the convention. Not people standing up one by one at a microphone to proclaim who they feel would be best suited, many of whom would be the same organizers going into workplace that are now saying that a secret ballot is a problem. In fact, it's interesting. Someone just asked me how democracy works from the government side, Madam Chair. That doesn't say it all right now. That's remarkable to me that we have someone asking from the government side how democracy works when we're debating a bill that would strip away somebody's democratic right to have a secret ballot. That, to me, speaks volumes about what is wrong with this bill. At its core, this bill's problem is it's just bad legislation. We've seen it time and again from this government. In fact, we just had a piece of legislation removed, a piece of legislation that was supposedly a trigger for an election, a snap pandemic election, which was used, that legislation was used as a reason for the election, was going to come back to this House, and 18 months later, the whole concept is removed completely because it was bad legislation. This government has had bad legislation time and again. Shouldn't be that shocking, I guess, that they have another piece of bad legislation when their own members are asking for democracy to be explained to them on a bill that takes away the democratic right to a secret ballot. That's a fundamental tenet of democracy, is the secret ballot. The simplest, I know the Premier likes to refer people to the Google, so perhaps his own members could go to the Google and check out where secret ballots came from and see how far back they go. They go back hundreds of BC. And why, and the premise. And it's not just one area of the world that this was happening. It was happening across the world because it was widely recognized that a secret ballot is important. It's fundamental. It's the basis of all of this. And so when you see that the NDP, to select their own members of positions, rely on a secret ballot, it calls into question the sincerity and why this is really needed. Now, there's other pieces of this legislation that are problematic, things like being able to go to a union to raid every summer instead of every 3 years. That will create problems. That will create problems. That will create big problems within the construction industry, Madam Chair. I'm willing to bet for the first few years, the unions that will be raided are the ones that aren't currently on the preferred list of unions to be able to get government work, because 85% of unionized construction workers in this province don't belong to those 19 unions. And I know the government likes to dismiss those unions, but there's a difference. And here again, a member from the government said, well, it's because there's non-union workplaces. That's not called union raiding. That's called union organization to the member. Two totally different things. They don't understand their own bill. A union raid is when a workplace is already organized and unionized, and Union A goes in to try to supplant Union B. That's a union raid, which will now be allowed every summer. And the member from Chilliwack doesn't seem to understand that. He's comparing that to a non-unionized workplace, where the other part of this bill comes into play, where they've stripped away the secret ballot, which, to the other member from Nelson, is how democracy works. They've stripped away that in the other part. So perhaps the members of government could get together and understand the two parts of this bill and how they actually interact with the two different workplaces, one which is already unionized and one which is not unionized. And perhaps when they get to that fundamental understanding of this bill, we could actually have a proper debate, and that would probably explain why previous speakers have spent all of their time talking about workplace safety with this bill. This bill doesn't impact workplace safety. This bill takes away the workers' right to a free and democratic secret ballot vote to whether or not they want to be governed and represented by a union in their workplace. And if you're a young person in that situation, literally your career. We're taking away with this bill, the government is trying to strip away someone that might be 22, 23, 24 years old, the ability for them to say, by way of secret ballot, whether or not they want to be a part of a union in their workplace or not. I don't understand why the other side is so afraid of allowing a secret ballot on something as crucial as that for somebody deciding their next 30-year workplace. Why that is a fear of this government, and let's be clear, this has been tried for the last couple of years. It only didn't happen during the coalition government because the Green Party didn't support it. And you know who else doesn't support it? 79% of British Columbians, including a heck of a lot of unionized workers. Because they agree that their brothers and sisters should get to vote with a secret ballot. In fact, you can only find about 5% of the population that actually thinks it's a good idea, which means 95% are on one side of don't like it to 79% which really don't like it. Only this government could try to advance something that only 5% of the population even remotely thinks is a good idea. That strips away democracy. It's a shame, because one would think with Democratic in the middle of their party name, they would actually understand the tenets of democracy. But as it was pointed out earlier, that doesn't seem to be the case. Bill 10 is just bad legislation. We have seen it time and again in this chamber. Some bad legislation has advanced. Some was used to trigger an election and now been withdrawn. Clean energy, that was bad legislation. That magically has just disappeared and never to be talked about again. I believe that was an excuse for the snap election as well. Just quietly withdrawn. So this government has a track record of actually bringing forward bad legislation. FOI legislation, yeah, they rammed it through all right. Hard pressed to find anyone that says that was a good process, let alone good legislation. Secretive, not forthcoming. Those are the hallmarks of the most secret government in Canada. And that's what this NDP government is. And what's good enough for them apparently is too onerous for someone to have as a right to decide how they want to work at the job they're already doing. Somehow, the only place in our society that a secret ballot becomes too onerous is in the workplace when a union wants to get certified. Doesn't happen at student councils. Doesn't happen in classrooms. If they're picking a rep to be for their class, they do that as a secret ballot, even back in elementary school. With, yes, a secret ballot. There are very few things in our life that you can point to that is a show of hands in a public assembly, where you're then interacting with those people day in, day out. And that's why a secret ballot is so important, because it's the long-term day in, day out, working with these people, side by side, that creates divisions, and that starts to create a toxic workplace. So if you want to talk about an unhealthy workplace, this legislation will actually create it. Because I go back to how I first got elected municipally, and people telling you one thing, but doing a different thing when they get to the ballot box, which is their right to do. The fact that some unions have found out with the cold piece of reality that what some workers told them they might want to do when it comes to a union by taking the first step and signing a card, and then in the security and privacy of a secret ballot, indicate the exact opposite, just proves why this is bad legislation. It proves why people need to be able to have the freedom to unhindered voice their true opinion on whether or not they want to join a particular union. And it could be that they don't like that particular union, and then the next union that comes along they actually do want. And that's okay too. They should have that right to do that. And if they unionize, unions absolutely should be trying to push the bar as far as they can with their boss in terms of hours worked or working conditions and benefit packages and salaries and everything else. They absolutely should do that because that workplace, by way of a secret ballot, has said, we want to entrust this bargaining group to do that for us. I take no issue with that whatsoever. The comments that you're hearing from opposition are not anti-union. We're not saying that there shouldn't be them. They actually do play a space in our society. I had a very good working relationship with the various unions at the city when I was in Kamloops. Never had any work stoppages. WCB claim rates kept dropping. Stress leave and those types of indicators, grievances, those were all dropping. Didn't have any strikes. Negotiated quite a few different agreements. So I don't have a problem at all. But you should have the fundamental right in a democratic country like Canada is to use a secret ballot to decide how you would like to change your working conditions on something as fundamental as unionized or not. The fact that the government doesn't understand or cares not to understand or cares not to care about the union rating aspect of this, where every single summer construction unions are fair games for each other to go and duke it out to try to steal members away from one to the other. The only reason I can think that they wouldn't care about that is they're fully expecting their 19 prioritized unions that are the only ones that get access to the government jobs right now to go after the remaining unionized workplaces and their members. So they tilt the scales to make sure the government contracts only go to a certain subset of unions, and now they're going to try to tilt the scales to make sure that those remaining workplaces can get rated on a yearly basis by those same ones that get access to the government work. It's fundamentally not right. And that's why I say it's fundamentally bad legislation. There's other ways they could have worked around things, but no, they chose to ignore it. This government seems to be very good at delaying and saying they're going to consult and saying they're going to go and ask for experts. In fact, they're doing it right now while we're waiting to find out about the cooling off period for real estate that the Minister of Finance says actually won't affect house prices, might actually make things worse. You could actually wind up losing your down payment that you took 15 years to save up for thanks to her new legislation. There may or may not be geographic differences for consumer protection in that bill. But don't worry. That's what the government says on that bill. On this, because they're waiting for the BCFSA report to come in. So they're waiting for that group of experts to advise before they can answer any of those critically important questions. On this bill, they actually did get advice from experts. The experts said don't get rid of the secret ballot. And what does this government do? It was just really an exercise of asking. Doesn't mean we can't have a difference of opinion on things. Well, it's a pretty big difference of opinion when you're talking about something as fundamental as a secret ballot, and something as fundamental as the basic tenet of democracy. I challenge anyone to find definitions of democracy that don't involve a secret ballot. That's the process. That's the core process to it. You can tweak it. You can say, well, it's got to be 60% in favor or opposed, or it's got to be this or it's got to be that. But the baseline for all of it is a secret ballot. We just went through the proportional representation referendum, which was another thumb on the scales by the Attorney General. And that was to figure out how you would select people to come. But not once through that whole process was the secret ballot talked about being removed. They looked at how many different voting systems around the world. All of them involved a secret ballot. Yet somehow in British Columbia, the most critical thing this government has to work on, the burning issue for them, is to remove a secret ballot for somebody to choose a union. Yet it took the Labour Minister 5 years to bring forward asbestos legislation. Asbestos accounts for 1/3 of all workplace deaths in British Columbia every year. It took the minister 5 years to bring that forward. It took him basically a year after the snap election to bring this forward, when they were unshackled from the Greens. If that doesn't tell you their priorities, I don't know what does. So all the well-meaning in the world means nothing when you actually stack it up to the actual workflow, the work plan, what they're actually enacting, what they're bringing forward, and by way of legislation, and their prioritization of that. And I'm going to end with that and repeat it because I think it's galling. And I first started speaking to this bill actually on the day of mourning. One-third of yearly workplace deaths are attributed to asbestos exposure. It took the same minister that's bringing this bill forward 5 years to bring that forward to this legislature. 1 year after a snap election and being unfettered from the Greens, removing the secret ballot for people in the workplace is brought forward. That's shameful, and yes, it's undemocratic, and there is no way I can possibly support this bill moving forward. And I thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of Education and Childcare.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair. I want to start by just saying what an incredible honor it is to have the opportunity to speak to this bill today, and I want to thank the Minister of Labour for bringing it forward. And I want to say that this issue is an important issue to people in my community, which, like many other communities, is comprised, of course, of working people, many of who belong to unions. And in fact, in New Westminster, we are home to several union central offices, the UFCW 1518, the Building Trades, the Health Sciences Association, Retail Wholesale Union, Canadian Union of Postal Workers, Unifor. You could say we're a bit of a union town. And I want to say to them that I am profoundly grateful for the work that they do to lift up working people, to build safer workplaces, because that work not only benefits their members, but it benefits all of society and ensures that we have a thriving, equitable economy. So, Madam Speaker, ensuring that the constitutional right of workers to join a union and to negotiate one's working conditions collectively with your fellow workers is a right that must be one that can be practically accessed, that is real. It is important. This debate is important for people in our communities. And ultimately, this is a question of working people being able to act on their constitutionally protected right to join a union. Now, I have had the privilege and the pleasure of spending most of my working life advocating for and with working people, mostly healthcare workers. And over the decades, I've seen the incredibly important role that unions play in providing public services, and I've seen the struggles that working people have experienced in accessing the right to unionization, and I've also seen the struggle and the operation of power in this field. I've seen the faces of people I've worked with who have suffered situations where their right to join a union has been interfered with, where they have been deprived of that right, and where the barriers that they face are insurmountable, despite freedom of association being enshrined in law. And I will say that many of those faces are racialized. They come from communities that have been made vulnerable because of racism, discrimination, and inequity, and forming a union is the path for them to experience dignity and decency in their working lives. And this fact must remind us all that unionization is a force for equity, and that unions are a critical feature of modern civil society. And I want to also just reflect on some of the work that I have done over the course of my career that looks at the relationship between unionization and outcomes for patients and residents, particularly in nursing homes. And peer-reviewed research demonstrates a positive correlation between unionized workplaces and quality of care outcomes for people who live in nursing homes. And we have seen that in our own experience in this province, the relationship between unionized workplaces and the care that is received and the quality of the lives of people who are patients or residents who get care in our care system. I could line up incredible care providers around this building many, many times who could speak to the degree in which they care for the people in our province, and the importance of their ability to have stable labor relations, the kind of stable labor relations that come with a unionized environment, the kind of dignity and decency that comes in having structured ways of ensuring that you have a safe work environment. So there are, these issues are not theoretical, they're not abstract about what is democracy. They are very real about the material conditions that people experience every day. Because working people are driven to join unions because they experience injustice at work. They experience inequity, indignity, a lack of safety in their work lives. Those are generally the kinds of experiences that cause people to want to join with other working people to improve their working conditions. And it is the material effect of these circumstances on the lives of working people and their families and their children that are important to understand here. So whether it is a lack of access to a livable wage, a lack of access to a family supporting wage, whether it's the experience of harassment or discrimination at work, or a lack of access to benefits or to paid sick leave. There are many experiences that have a material impact on the health and well-being of workers that cause them to come together to bargain collectively to improve their experience at work. And once we understand that the reason that unionization is the only path to remedy this experience is we understand that it is the power imbalance in the workplace between workers and their employer that is really just simply a fact of how our workplaces are organized. That is just a fact of labor relations. And in my friend and colleague, the member from Langley, gave a very eloquent and extensive description of the framework of labor relations in this country, in this province, which is intended explicitly to provide for labor stability. And to promote, to the greatest extent possible, a sort of a leveling of the playing field in that regard. And that's an important context and framework to understand the way in which this particular provision in our labor code is working or not working as in this particular instance. So we have an approach, both sort of constitutionally and set up in our labor code, which understands that there is a differential in power between workers who are employed and their employers. And so that is the framework in which we have established a labor code that says that working people can come together under a clear set of rules and in the interest of labor stability and have access to a pathway to improve their working conditions and thus their lives. And I will say that, much has been made of the notion of, the only form of democracy being a secret ballot. But I will say that I think it's a false equivalency to suggest that voting in a municipal or a provincial or federal election is really sort of the same as the same as in this instance making a decision about joining a union, precisely because of that power imbalance, which does not exist in those other circumstances. I also am troubled, frankly, by the way in which it ignores the reality of people, the lived reality of people, which if you talk to people, if you talk to working people who have been in workplaces where there is intimidation, who have been through this process in some cases of trying to organize a union and have had that right frustrated, then you will understand that this is a real and material condition that people experience. And I think to disregard that, to dismiss that experience shows a troubling lack of regard for the experience of people. Because, I have seen it. I have seen it. I have seen workers who have been fired en masse and have tried to come back and have gotten hired and have tried to form a union again and have been unable to do that. I have seen workers work in situations in environments where there is a culture of fear, and that culture of fear is designed to prevent workers from deciding to join a union. I have seen that. I have talked to workers. I see their faces right now. So to somehow say that there is a sort of an equivalency between that there's no such thing as power operating anywhere here is between how we elect governments and how workers choose to form a union is a real false equivalency. That power imbalance simply doesn't translate or exist, translate into those other circumstances. And if we look at the process by which people actually join a union, then you really see the opportunities for employers to frustrate that right. And indeed, the stakes are very high. Members across the aisle have noted how high the stakes are. They are very high for working people who are looking for decency and dignity in their lives. Very high, indeed. So what did we hear during the Labour panel review? That was a really big process, and we heard much evidence, much testimony put forward by working people, much analysis by experts who comprised the panel. And what we heard from one of the unions that provided testimony at the panel was that one of the major impediments to union organization is employer opposition. And that opposition can easily manifest itself during an organizing campaign when employer representatives express inappropriate opinions on the question of unionization. We accept the view that employers have a legitimate interest in whether their employees organize for the purpose of collective bargaining. On the other hand, we believe employers must maintain a circumspect position during an organizing campaign to ensure that employees are able to freely choose whether or not they wish to belong to a trade union. So, you know, this is a subject that has been talked about in a number of different forms in the 90s during the process to review the code at that time, and then again in 2018 when the code was being reviewed. And I want to go back to the most recent discussion by the panel, and just to put into context the recommendation that came from that panel with respect to the secret ballot process. So I'm just going to quote from their analysis. What the panel said was that a secret ballot process gives rise to two main concerns: the potential for delay and unlawful employer interference. Under a secret ballot system, employers have more opportunity and incentive to engage in unlawful union avoidance. Longer timeframes for certification votes or lax compliance negatively impact the success rates for certification. However, employer unfair labor practices continue to be concerns, indeed under a card check system as well. I imagine that employer unfair labor practices would be a concern under any system, and what we're seeking to do here is to mitigate the worst impact of that. And they went on to say that while secret ballot votes are integral to our democratic political system, we recognize that certification votes occur in very different circumstances than political votes. Certification votes occur in the context of the power imbalance between employers and workers in the workplace. Employers control the operation of the business, have the right to fire employees, and can curtail or close the business. Unlike political votes, Section 7 of the Code limits unions' ability to communicate with workers during work time. Employers, on the other hand, have an unrestricted ability to do so throughout the workday. Political candidates have voters' lists, while in the certification context, unions have limited information to determine the bargaining unit constituency. Although employers have a legitimate interest in whether their employees choose to access collective bargaining, that interest must be weighed against the fundamental right of employee choice. There is no dispute that unlawful employer interference can significantly influence or undermine the exercise of employee choice. One of the most significant barriers to the exercise of employee choice is employer opposition and, more importantly, unlawful interference. During the public consultation process, we received numerous anecdotal examples consistent with studies that unlawful interference has a significant impact on the certification success rate. Concerns regarding unlawful interference with employee choice during a secret ballot vote are legitimate. The code must protect the right of employees to access collective bargaining. So it's not as though the panel didn't acknowledge that there is not only lived experience on the part of many working people and who have tried to form a union, but that also many academic studies have identified the fact that votes for, electing governments are not the same as the exercise of this right to join a union for the purpose of collective bargaining. And I think it's important to note as well that the panel was not unanimous on this point, and there was a dissent registered about this question. Sandra Bannister's dissent states that employer concerns that the card check system does not accurately reflect employee choice
are contradicted by the paucity of attempts to revoke union membership cards. The idea that employees may be coerced into joining a trade union is not supported by unfair labor practice statistics, nor is there any evidence to support the suggestion that some employees join trade unions due to peer pressure. To suggest employees sign union cards capriciously or are not making an informed choice when they do so ignores the fact the decision to join a trade union is often difficult. We heard anecdotal evidence that employees are frequently concerned that they will be fired if their employer learns they sign a union card. Further, card check actually requires greater employee support than the ballot system, since the threshold, which ranges from a simple majority to a supermajority of 65%, is based on all of the employees in the unit rather than simply the majority of those voting. The freedom to associate is a Canadian value enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Preserving employee choice, free of employer interference, is critical to that right. And what we saw, what we have seen and what we have experienced since the revisions to the code flowing from this process is that in fact the issues, the attempts of employers to frustrate workers' ability to exercise their right to freely associate continues to occur. And I think it's worthwhile just noting the record of unfair labor practice complaints that have been submitted to the board. So from 1990 to 2007, there were 254 unfair labor practice complaints submitted to the board. 197 of those were against the employer, 54 were against a union, 3 were against individuals. And of the 197 that were against an employer, 152 were wholly or partially found to be meritorious, and 90% related to unlawful termination or communication during organizing raids. And that statistic backs up the experience that many working people have of trying to organize a union and having that right frustrated because of the delays and the multiple steps in the process for them. And I know that this has already been put on the record, but just to say again, I mean, recently, this is not ancient history, this is recent history. The Labor Relations Board continues to hear cases and continues to find that there are examples of employers who continue to go work quite against the spirit of the labor code, quite against the spirit and the right, charter right of workers to join a union, and they are, have been found to be in violation of that right. But it can be very difficult to unring the bell once that happens, and once it's gone, it can be gone. And so workers, having put in hours and days and months of effort to make that decision, to work with their coworkers and make the decision and sign the cards, wait for the vote, only to have that process interfered with, that can set them back for a very long time. So despite the changes that were made in 2019, employer interference and unfair labor practices are continuing, and we need to do more to ensure that workers can make a choice about unionization without interference from everyone. That is their right under the Charter. Workers should not have to go through multiple steps to make that decision to join a union. I think part of what is troubling about this debate is that, I think about other jurisdictions in the world where unions are just really seen to be sort of a public good and really seen to be part of a healthy civil society. And that ought to be the case here as well. We know that there is a positive correlation between unionization and social outcomes in terms of economic security for working people, in terms of health and safety, in terms of all of the reasons why people seek to form a union, the search for dignity and equity in their work. Indeed, I mean, I think that unions are part of a thriving, modern civil society, and we should not be putting up barriers in the way of workers executing and acting on their charter rights. This legislation ensures that the right of association, the right to form a union, is a real right, that it's a real promise, that it's a real option. And finally, I can't help but reflect on the experience we've all been through collectively over the last 2 years during the pandemic. And I know much will be assessed and written and analyzed about this experience. But for me, I think there's been a fundamental change in how we think about work and how we value work. Whether that work is making sure that grocery stores are open and staffed so that we can buy the food that we need, whether it's working in hospitals or long-term care facilities or in social services or in transit or in any of the distilleries that were producing hand sanitizer, all of the elements of the supply chain, hydro, everybody who contributed to keeping our society going and keeping us safe. I think we all think about work differently now. And I think we also think about the impact of a major health crisis like that on different populations in different ways as well. I think it really, it certainly brought to the surface the differential impact on vulnerable populations. And so we see these things more with an intersectional lens. And we need to bring that intersectional lens to this question about who has access to unionization and under what circumstances. And yes, let's have a conversation about what does democracy really mean in the context of how power operates in workplaces, in the context of how racialized workers and workers who are made vulnerable by their social circumstances, how do they have access to this in the best, most productive way? Those are the questions I think that people in my community want us to be talking about and finding answers to. There's an answer here, there's a solution here that is an elementary solution that we should be supporting and moving on with so that we can get to some of those other more complex questions about how we ensure that everybody in our communities is taken care of, that everybody in our communities has economic security, has dignity, has decency in their work life, in their lives, in our communities. So again, it is such a pleasure and an honor to be able to stand in this House and talk about working people, talk about the people I have had the privilege and pleasure of representing over the course of my work with unions. It is an honor to see their faces and have their faces in my mind as I say these words. And I hope that everyone in this House, in the context of thinking and debating this issue, keeps the people in our communities front and center. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is always my honour and pleasure to take my place in this House and debate on the bill. But I think today, I really feel sad that we have to debate on the stripping away of the secret ballot. That is a fundamental tool of our democracy. Before I'm going to do that, I'd just like to take this opportunity as we are all settling into this 4-week stretch in the legislature, Madam Speaker, I would like to take a moment to thank my incredible staff here in Victoria, as well as back home in Richmond, who do so much support in both my roles as an MLA and also as an opposition critic for tourism, arts and culture, as well as multiculturalism. Here in Victoria, I have my legislative assistant, Hannah Navet, Alicia Butler, my research officer, David DeGalungan, and my communication officer, Sam Arnold Burgess. Back in my riding of Richmond North Centre, my constituent can rely on the incredible work of my constituency assistant, Trix Chan, David Shum, William Tu, and Tony Lu Wei, who do so much to address any concern, inquiry, or requests our riding's residents may have. And now I would also like to thank my colleagues who have all spoken with me and articulated so well many of the concerns British Columbians have with this legislation that are before us. As I said, the secret ballot is a fundamental tool of our democracy. The electorate who entrusted us to be their chosen representatives in this House all make that choice through the secret ballot. Because our democratic institution recognize that the only way for people to make this difficult and influential decision, free of pressure, free of influence, free of intimidation or harassment, is to ensure the utmost privacy and security of their choice and voting decision. I just try to remember when I entered politics in 2013. Since I'm an immigrant myself, I've been here for more than 30 years. In my circle, there are a lot of immigrant Canadians. Of course, I was trying to talk to them. Hopefully, they will cast their votes in support of me. But many of the immigrant friends, especially those that come from countries don't practice democracy, they are so afraid of casting their votes because back home in their country, their voting records are with the government. But once I told them, no, Madam Speaker, I told them that this is Canada. And that's why I come from Hong Kong where we don't have full democracy. There's no Western democracy. It's a British colony. I come here because I want to vote. I want to cast my vote for any elected official of the three levels of government without them knowing who I am voted for. And that's why a lot of immigrants, even though they have become Canadian citizenship, they are still worried. They are worried about whether the government will do something to them if they don't vote for the governing party when they become the government. And I was talking during the break week, I was talking to my constituents. Many of them are immigrants, they are Canadian citizens. I told them about this Bill 10, and they were shocked. They were wondering, why do they come to a country that they admire so much that we practice that full democracy, express a secret ballot? The secret ballot is really a fundamental spirit of Western democracy. And now, this new democratic government is taking away that basic, fundamental spirit of democracy. And they are asking me, MLA, I can't mention my own name, is this a new form of democracy happening in British Columbia? And that's why this party is called New Democratic Party. I said, that must be a new form of democracy. They are worried. They are extremely worried. And they asked me to come here and put forward their concern. As an immigrant to this country, I share the story that millions of British Columbians who come to this province to call it home here. I came to it seeking a better life, better freedoms, and the better opportunity British Columbia and Canada offer. I respected the rules and regulations that protected workers' rights and freedoms of choice, whether in their workplace in their home or in their public institution. And trade unions definitely have a role in any community, in any country. And we definitely support trade unions because they are protecting the interests of the workers. When I began my career in public service, I took the oath to protect British Columbians' rights and freedoms and preserve the policy and institutions that uphold them. And the secret ballot is one of the greatest tools we have to ensure this. How we vote is not, nor should it ever be, the business or purview of our peers. So you can understand, Madam Speaker, my shock and frustration to witness so many members of that side of the House advocate so strongly for legislation that seeks to strip away the privacy and security of the secret ballot, a tool that is the reason they stand in this chamber here today. The secrecy of a person's ballot is an integral pillar of our democracy, and that's why so many immigrants and refugees all over the world come to Canada, because they value our democracy. And it does not only pertain to voting for our elected officials. It is the chosen process in many situations in which the decision we make and the votes we cast have significant impacts on our lives. In our workplaces, unionization is an incredibly daunting decision that many in this province may face. No two situations are the same, and while the decision to unionize can come with benefits, it can also come with detrimental costs. They often demand we sacrifice a degree of our independence and professional autonomy and entrust our rights and freedoms with a collective body. While many British Columbians have made the active choice to unionize or join unions, 70% of British Columbians have chosen to work outside of a union. Of course, unions can be invaluable in select business and industries and bring incredible benefits to workers. And that is why we support workers' right to decide for themselves whether they wish to unionize or not, a decision that must be allowed to make free of coercion, influence, or harassment. For 30 of the last 38 years, the secret ballot has existed in this province and has helped protect the privacy, independence, and democratic right of every worker to vote either for or against union representation. It is the norm in the majority of the rest of Canada, including Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and most industries in Ontario. So why on earth would this NDP government choose to eliminate one of the most vital tools that ensure workers can comfortably make this choice for themselves? Does the government have to make choices for every British Columbian? No! Stripping away the secret ballot not only goes against the wishes of the vast majority of British Columbians, it goes against the recommendation outlined in the government's own Labour Relations Code Review Panel. This government and all government MLAs who will stand up today and have stood up a while ago to defend this bill must surely be aware of this. It was back in 2018 that a report titled recommendation for amendments to the Labor Relations Code was released, which suggested several changes to this code. But among them, most certainly, wasn't eliminating the secret ballot. In fact, it was quite the contrary. Recommendation 5 in the report stated, I quote, "The secret ballot vote be retained, providing there are sufficient measures to ensure the exercise of employee choice is fully protected and fully remediated in the event of unlawful interference," end quote. So why on earth would the Premier choose to go against the wishes of the vast majority of BC's labor force, as well as the recommendation of his own panel? Now, the members opposite may claim that this transition to a single-step card check system will actually improve workers' rights and benefits. But not only do I disagree, I don't think this is the motive for this legislation at all. To understand the Premier and this government's reasoning, we look further back than just to the tabling of this legislation. Back in 2017, before the current Premier was even the Premier, back when he was just the leader of the official opposition, his party received the largest political donation in BC history, a whopping $672,576. And who was the benefactor of such a generous political donation? The United Steelworkers. It is no secret that the New Democrats have traditionally enjoyed strong political and financial support from trade unions over the course of their existence. And this donation is just one example of a long list of generous donations the current ruling party has received here in BC. But over the past 20 years, many of these same unions have seen their membership numbers gradually shrink. As of 2021, the current rate of unionization among BC workers sits at 30%, while an overwhelming number, 85%, of construction workers do not belong to an NDP-aligned building trades union. Now, many of these same unions are pressuring the current ruling government, which happily cashed many of the checks they wrote, to take action to help boost membership back up to pre-2001 numbers. So why all of a sudden take this action now, nearly half a decade into their administration? Well, as many in this House are aware, this is not the first time this government has tried to implement this kind of changes. Back in 2019, the Premier tried to push through similar labor code amendments that would have taken away the secret ballot. The only issue back then was that the Premier was not operating under a majority government, and the Green Party did not support it. And it depended on the support of this House to pass such an act. Unfortunately, because a majority of members of this House rightfully consider this action undemocratic and refused to support it, the Premier found himself dead in the water. But fast forward 3 years later, and after a slap election in the middle of the pandemic, the Premier finally got the majority that will allow him to pass through these labor amendments, regardless of the overwhelming opposition to them. Now, many members opposite will undoubtedly try to downplay the gravity of the changes outlined in this legislation. They will say that this will actually improve the democratic process when it comes to unionization voting and collective bargaining. I think it is important for those listening to recognize that the government's talking points are designed to make light of a very serious decision. Stripping away the secret ballot will have profound consequences in workplaces, businesses, and industries across BC. It could significantly impact the daily lives of tens of countless British Columbians. For government to be so casual about a decision with such gravity is deeply concerning, to say the least. And for a government that has been labeled as the most secretive in Canada, it is completely hypocritical of them to strip away workers' rights to the privacy and security of the secret ballot. It's a sign of a government that wants eyes on everything and everyone without allowing anyone to look in on itself. This is a decision that should require close consultation and deliberation with the businesses and industries who will be most impacted by this and by the level of public outcry we have already witnessed. It is very clear that no such consultation has taken place. This bill will be another example of this government ramming through legislation without the proper opportunity for public input. On April 6th, a collection of associations, including the BC Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, and the Surrey Board of Trade, just to name a few, issued a public statement on the introduction of Bill 10. In their news release, they stated, and I quote, "We are disappointed that the minister did not fulfill his 2022 mandate letter responsibility to create new consultative mechanism to engage employer and worker representatives in consideration of any changes proposed to workplace legislation to ensure the widest possible support. We call on the government to pause the legislative process and engage in a fulsome and proper consultation with employers," end quote. We have seen this disturbing trend of this current administration in bill after bill, where they ram through controversial policy, leave much of the policy up to later regulation behind closed doors, and provide little or no opportunity for review or consultation from the opposition, the general public, or those who will be impacted most by this legislative change. It is not just the contents of this bill that are undemocratic, but the process and condition under which we are passing this bill too. But let's dig deeper into this bill, because the elimination of the secret ballot is not the only item of concern here. Bill 10 will also allow union rating in the construction industry every year between the months of July and August. Union rating is the practice of an outside union trying to take over the membership of an existing union. Under our current system, this practice is only allowed to take place once every 3 years. But by allowing this practice to now take place every year during the busiest months of the construction season, the impact could be profound. Look at the state of the province under which this government is making these policy changes. We are in the midst of a massive labor shortage. We are experiencing ongoing supply chain issues, have the highest rate of inflation in decades, and are in the midst of a housing crisis. Nearly 5 years into their mandate, this NDP government has built only a fraction of their promised 114,000 housing units. Recent statistics from the Real Estate Board of Greater Vancouver show that the average detached home in Metro Vancouver now costs, you know how much? $2.3 million, an all-time high. My own riding of Richmond North Centre is one of the fastest growing jurisdictions in the province, and it is becoming too unaffordable for more and more families every day. Now more than ever, we need legislation and policy that will build residential, commercial, and infrastructure projects faster, cheaper, and on a far greater scale than this government has managed to achieve up to this point. But instead, what are they doing? Implementing legislative changes that run the very real risk of further increasing costs and delays, and do little or nothing to address the growing labor shortage. Through union raiding, unions will now have the opportunity to spend each summer engaging each other in bidding wars over our construction industry's already limited workforce. This could lead to increased delays and cost overruns on construction projects across the province. We have already seen what happens when this government implements policy that benefit the select insider unions. Insider labor agreements like community benefit agreements, CBAs, are already locking out the majority of BC workers and contractors from bidding on public infrastructure projects and could add as much as $4.8 billion in costs over the coming years. We are seeing the impact of CBAs on projects across the province already, which are being reduced in scope and are plagued with millions of dollars in cost overruns, including the Isla Silla Ward and Kicking Horse Canyon projects, and future projects like the Patullo Bridge replacement and the Broadway SkyTrain expansion. And housing and infrastructure are not the only areas where this bill could have detrimental effects. Our province is currently in the midst of a healthcare crisis, and more British Columbians are losing access to vital healthcare services every day. Even with the current state of our healthcare system, hospital projects like the Cowichan Lake Hospital with a CBA requirement. The December 2018 Infrastructure BC report assessed the CBA arrangement to increase construction, reserve, and contingency costs by $174.3 million, 24%. CBAs or not, the government is falling behind on a concerning number of hospital and healthcare projects, like the Richmond Hospital expansion. Construction for the acute care tower has already been delayed to 2028, while the South Tower and Milan Illich Pavilion have been delayed to 2031.
Could the member help?
And now?
Could the member help the chair understand the relation to the bill? That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your reminding. And now, Mr. Chair, this government is implementing legislation that could lead to further delays on vital projects like this. This will do little to bring our communities the increased capacity and healthcare services they are desperate for. Mr. Speaker, this legislation, Bill 10, is completely ignorant of the needs and concerns of the millions of British Columbians who are desperate for this kind of public projects to be built so they can finally bring their promised benefits to our community. And while this government claims that the changes outlined in this bill will create a more open playing field for all unions to expand their membership, I have no doubt in my mind that it is government's intention to create conditions that will benefit their hand-picked insider unions the most, expanding their sphere of influence and reducing choice in association and union representation for workers across the province. While, Mr. Speaker, I do support unionization, I also support workers' right to choose their representation and association. Just like British Columbians deserve to vote for who they wish to represent them in Victoria or Ottawa, they deserve to vote for who they would like to represent in the workplace. It's so simple. Whether it be through a union or to remain independent, such a simple theory that this government cannot understand. This bill we have before us does not better serve British Columbians, especially the 70% of British Columbians who choose not to be represented by union. How can you force the 70% British Columbian into a union if they don't want to join? This is Canada. This is democracy. This bill is not only a disregard of the privacy and independence of workers, it is a complete disregard of the democratic process that allows us all to be here today. For this reason, Honourable Speaker, I cannot support this bill, and I think it is really a sad day that we have to stand here to discuss the stripping away of the secret ballot, which is the fundamental spirit of Western democracy. And that is why I have decided, my whole family and many immigrants and many refugees have decided to emigrate to this great country of Canada and to British Columbia because we value the secret ballot. We don't want people to know whom I vote for. Shame. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognizing the member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and speak to Bill 10, the Labour Relations Code Amendment Act 2022. It's important that I create the appropriate frame for this speech. Protecting workers' rights is a critical responsibility of all the members of this Legislative Assembly. It doesn't matter the color of the banner behind your name or the party you're affiliated with. It's the role of this provincial government to protect workers and to stand up for their rights. Last week, we recognized the National Day of Mourning for workers who have been injured and who've died on the job. We heard speakers from all parties acknowledge the right of workers to make it home safe at the end of the day. We heard support across the aisle for workers who survive a workplace accident to get better support in their recovery and their rehabilitation. Standing here speaking to this Bill 10, it's those workers that I have in my mind and in my heart. I can't think of a better issue Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate that I have to say this, but I can't think of a better issue to drag this legislature back into the tired binary debate of labour policy that has been going on in this province for decades. This bill is pretty straightforward, Mr. Speaker, and I have it does essentially two things. It creates a single-step union certification process, removing the secret ballot, and it changes the rules allowing construction workers to change unions every year. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, as I've listened to the arguments that have been put forward in this legislature, I feel the best arguments actually to vote against this bill have been made by the members of the government themselves. Especially, I listened with interest to the speech from the minister. And unfortunately, the speech in many places contradicted itself. And the minister failed to provide examples of why moving to the, from the vote to the card check is necessary. He said that he has example after example of unlawful lawyer interference in the organizing process, and then, Mr. Speaker, decided not to share them with us. He outlined the panel report which informed changes made to the code in 2019 when we reduced the number of days workers in a certification process had to wait to cast their secret ballot from 10 days to 5 days. The panel advised government to stick with the secret ballot unless it could be demonstrated that unlawful interference continues. Back then, the minister was prepared to make the change from secret ballot to card check, despite the advice against the move from the expert panel he appointed. Now he states that he's following the advice of the panel, that he has the evidence, but the minister decided not to provide it for the members of this House or for the people of British Columbia. If he indeed has examples after examples, which is a quote, if the data is in the government's favor, then you would think that they would just roll it out here for us to see in the many debates that we have had in this place. But no, instead, they stand here and deliver excruciating speeches, wandering around the topic, talking and bringing up things that have been brought up for the last 30 or 40 years in this province, because they know that no matter what the end of this debate, they're going to use the majority government to pass and to change once again, as we've seen happen, the policy lurch swinging back and forth. I can be persuaded on this issue. I can be persuaded on this issue. But I think that the members from government's own arguments have done more damage to the cause than they have of explaining why it is that we need to do this now. From what I understand, the change is actually going to have marginal impact. There is about a 9% increase in certification with card check as opposed to the current secret ballot method. But if the minister stood in here and said the nature of work is changing, if he showed the examples of the local and multinational corporations who hire tens of thousands of low-paid frontline workers, using their power to thwart labor organizing and block workers' constitutional right to association, that would be one thing. If he talked about the examples of Walmart and Starbucks and the recent news from Freshie, if the minister stood in here and said, and the members of government stood in here and said that these multinational tech companies are disrupting established marketplaces and established workforces, the gig economy has turned millions of workers into independent contractors with few or no rights, few or no benefits, and those workers need the protection of unions. It'd be one thing. If he took time to highlight the dramatic changes in the working conditions caused by the pandemic, if he spoke to the 5.5 million Canadian workers who lost their job, who had their hours cut, the low-wage workers who have consistently been the hardest hit, not just by job losses, Mr. Speaker, but by the COVID-19 infections and indeed COVID-19 deaths. But that's not how this debate has been framed. This debate has not been framed around the fact that 87 families have more wealth than the bottom 12 million Canadians combined. That we're facing inflationary pressures unseen in decades, that while this government celebrates increases to the minimum wage, the reality that $15.20 per hour is far less than what a living wage would be for most British Columbians. If unions are able to secure better wages and working conditions for workers, the conditions being what they are in our society, even a marginal 9% improvement in union certification should be seriously considered. That is a compelling argument for change. Not arguments that are being made here, though. But I don't get a sense that these are the reasons why this government or this minister is making the change, considering the fact that I was a part of the discussion previously when the minister was considering and the government was considering making this change, even when the expert panel suggested against it. Now this argument is being brought forward that there is evidence that it need be made. But again, I point out, none of it was laid out clearly by the minister in defense of this bill. Instead, what we've got is language around what we've seen in this province for decades, which is how this policy is swung back and forth, depending on the brand of political ideology that is sitting on the government side of the benches. We hear arguments that have been collecting dust for decades, arguments that were used in the 1990s and arguments that were used previous to that. Because actually, workers' rights are actually separate in many respects to the interests that big unions have. And that needs to be named in here. And workers deserve better than this kind of debate in this legislature, because workers in this province have real challenges. And workers in this province probably expected this BC NDP government to actually look out for their interests. The BC NDP actually have failed on so many of their commitments to protect the rights of workers. It begs the question, is this government really up to the task to be representative of the working class? The BC NDP over the last 5 years have proven to be a worker camp, a man camp party, a defender of the multinational corporation, handing billions of public taxpayer money, many of the same ways that they were critical of the previous government for doing. In some respects, this is a performance. This Labour Relations Code amendment is a performance, one that was promised earlier in the former government, wasn't able to be delivered, and is now finally the majority government is going to be able to ensure the smooth procedure here as we go through this debate. But it's a small action to protect workers. Remember, it's a 9% increased certification. Meanwhile, there are many ways that this BC NDP government could be showing British Columbia workers that they are indeed up to the task to protecting their rights. I know that members of the BC NDP are going to view this as sort of an existential attack. How dare anyone ever question the NDP with their roots growing through Tommy Douglas and the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation? Nobody ever dare challenge the NDP as a worker-labor party. But an honest person actually must take the time to reconcile the many ways that the BC NDP have abandoned workers on many fronts. I wonder what the tens of thousands of minimum wage frontline workers that went to work every day facing COVID-19 when this BC NDP government delivered half the number of sick days that the OECD standard is the OECD standard. Those workers are the most marginalized, most vulnerable to getting or dying from COVID. I wonder if they feel that this government has been standing up and protecting workers. I wonder if the tens of thousands of frontline healthcare workers feel that this government when this government abandoned the well-known, decades-old public health measures like quality, well-fitting masks, protecting them from a virus, an airborne virus, from overwhelming their healthcare facilities. I wonder if they feel that this government has been standing up and protecting them. I wonder if the tens of thousands of teachers feel that this government, who failed to provide the most basic air circulation, ventilation, and purifications in classrooms across this province, I wonder if they feel that this government over the last number of months and years has had their back. Then there's the particularly troubling reality of Stephanie Cadieux, who tabled pay equity legislation a half dozen times and then had to resign her seat to get it debated for 1 hour and on one day. I hope that our government, this government's House Leader, makes sure that we finish the debate of that private member's bill. Oh, I'm not confident. The best that our BC NDP government could muster on pay equity legislation was a promise to consult about pay equity more.
Member, of course, legislation before the House is to be debated in that forum, not in this forum. We're currently debating Bill 10. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Speaker. The minister stood in here last week and repeated time and again the rhetoric of a good worker party. And that's what a lot of worker protections in this province have amounted to. Rhetoric. The right is enshrined in the Canadian Constitution, Charter of Rights and Freedoms for all Canadians, our right to association, that the right should not be impeded by anyone, allowing workers a voice. We think workers should be safe. All of these key words are important for workers to hear. And I understand that this isn't a Workers' Compensation Act amendment, but if this government believes that workers should be safe, then they would act on the many recommendations of their own advisors, ones that were put forward to protect injured workers. Janet Patterson's report, New Directions, they reported a WCB review in 2019. Paul Petrie's 2018 report, Restoring the Balance, a worker-centered approach to workers' compensation policy, and the addendum, claim suppression, the elephant in the workplace. Ombudsperson of BC, Jay Chalk's report, Severed Trust, enabling WorkSafe to do the right thing when its mistakes hurt injured workers. Too many of those recommendations languish in the background that undermine this government's commitment to workers. Recommendations that include the following. Workers' compensation must be worker-centric. The Compensation Board must be more accountable to injured workers. Each injured worker must be treated fairly and as an individual with patient-centered medical care. Worker-employer communication must be improved and more resources published to help people navigate the system. Better assistance to get workers back to safe and meaningful work and easier to correct unfair decisions. We had that act open in this session to address important issues about creating strict policy for asbestos. This was important to make workers safe, but it was not enough. And that's what actually undermines all of the arguments that are made here by the government side saying, we're here to protect workers. The actual things that protect workers, the actual tough conversations, the ones that admittedly people have said, these are not going to be easy. Those ones, they're languishing in the background. It would be nice to see the government use the same power that they're exerting to bring this one through to bring in some of those recommendations that have been languishing for far too long. We know that labor relations policy is challenging. And government has a responsibility to develop fair and balanced policy, strict oversight and enforcement of the rules, robust rehabilitation, and a fair compensation system to protect workers' rights. For Bill 10, when we get to committee stage, I hope the minister shares with us example after example, cases after cases, the mountain of instances that he suggested of illegal employer interference into the union certification process. I think it would benefit the quality of this debate for us to see what has changed from when the panel that the minister appointed suggested, not right now, don't do this work right now, but if it gets worse, then do it. Presumably, that's what this is built on, or what it should be built on, if we are working in an evidence-based and taking advice from the experts. I would be interested to understand how the ministry and the Labour Relations Board has fared in investigating the mountain of cases of illegal interference. It will be important for us to, as a body here, to learn how the board has enforced those violations of workers' charter and constitutional rights. Has the board and the ministry taken any other remedial action to stop this trend of illegal employer interference in the union certification process that's overseen by the board? And by the same token, has the government taken any remedial action to stop the trend of illegal employer interference in workers' rights to claim compensation as documented in Petrie's 2002 claim suppression report? Because until that information is on the table, it feels like we're just jumping straight to changing the legislation without anybody in government actually feeling like they need to outline that the problem has gotten worse and to be specific. Because it's curious that the minister has chosen to stay general in his comments on this bill, when specificity actually would have really sold us on this. It is important, the details are important in this. Employer intervention, injury claim suppression, the need for a worker-centric culture at WorkSafe BC, the warnings have been delivered with little action since 2017. This ministry has not been the architect of reform. They've delivered modest changes, tinkering, largely as token gifts to unions and the BC Federation of Labour. I think that actually this BC NDP government, from what I've seen over the last 5 years in this place, has taken their position and their relationship with workers for granted. I think that they've taken their role in this legislature as the de facto voice for the workers for granted. When you have so many recommendations, so much of the hard work languishing on the sidelines for a long time, when you're opening the bill up repeatedly over and over and over again to make adjustments to it without taking a crack at the really tough recommendations that have been laid out, when you see worker injury suppression claims increasing in this province and not doing anything about it, it sends a message that there's a feeling that there's no one else, no one else is going to be, the members of the official opposition, they're never going to be able to represent workers, because we've created this narrative in this province that how dare they even raise it? This is offside for them to raise it. For 16 years, they've been evil. So there is actually little tension in this place to do the big things, the difficult stuff. I hope we can create some of that tension, because the last thing that workers in this province need is their rights to be taken for granted. And so I will be very, very interested to engage this bill as it goes through the rest of this debate and watch and learn of the examples, to understand what's changed since 2019, and to give the minister the opportunity, which he didn't take in the second reading stage of the debate, to outline what's changed, and to give this NDP government an opportunity to really ensure that the people of the workers in this province are seeing good value from a government that has, over decades, staked a claim to this territory, and made it nearly impossible for anybody else to even talk about it without being thoroughly and utterly criticized, because you don't carry the banner and you haven't been part of that labor movement, or you haven't been part of that party. And so my hope is that we get a chance to see that. We get a chance to see that information. And with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 10.
Recognizing the member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, so I just listened to the strangest speech I've heard in a while. 22 minutes of I won't support this bill because I don't believe the NDP cares about workers, and they cannot talk about workers. Anyway, strange. Anyway, that wasn't where I was going to start my speech, but it was somewhat surreal, Mr. Speaker. It's also surreal when the BC Liberals claim that they're sticking up for workers by wanting a secret ballot. What we're really talking about here, Mr. Speaker, is an imbalance of power. And the opposition wants to maintain that imbalance of power in favor of the employers. That's what they want here. It's obvious. They will claim that they're on the side of workers when they're claiming about a secret ballot, but it's really about an imbalance when it comes to employers. And unions, Mr. Speaker, level the playing field. They create better conditions for workers, better wages and benefits, allow workers to choose the times that they'll work, and also safer working conditions. And I know the member from Kamloops North took umbrage with us talking about worker safety, but in the context of this bill, that makes it easier for workers to exercise their right to join a union, their right of freedom of association. In the context of that, yes, unions make workplaces safer. I'll just stop here because this crew over here claims they care about workers. It's really bullpucky, Mr. Speaker. Last week they everyone was making statements about the day of mourning and how we care about workers and injured workers and stuff. Well, let's walk the walk and talk the talk here, Mr. Speaker. In 2001, they changed the pensions for workers who were catastrophically injured. I'm one of them. They made it not a lifetime pension anymore, and then they indexed it to CPI minus 1%. That's vicious and mean-spirited, Mr. Speaker, towards workers that are injured, severely injured in the workplace, and then they talk about the day of mourning and how much they care about workers. It's untrue. It's not a real. Oh, and you know who was at the cabinet table when this happened? Their new old leader. Exactly. That guy was in cabinet when they did this vicious, mean-spirited thing to injured workers. And we're talking about the day of mourning, and it's empty words when it comes from them, Mr. Speaker. And I think people should realize that. So, there's lots of talk also in this chamber right now about the report and what the report says. And, that it says that we need to keep the secret ballot. Well, it says we need to keep the secret ballot except if it doesn't solve the problem of unfair labor practices in the context of organizing drives. And then it says that then we should look at car check. So I'll just read from the report here, Mr. Speaker. While secret ballot votes are integral to our democratic political system, we recognize that certification votes occur in very different circumstances than political votes. Certification votes occur in the context of the power imbalance between employers and workers in the workplace. Employers control the operation of the business, have the right to fire employees, and can curtail or close the business. Unlike political votes, Section 7 of the Code limits unions' ability to communicate with workers during working time. Employers, on the other hand, have an unrestricted ability to do so throughout the workday. Political candidates have voters lists, while in the certification context, unions have limited information to determine the bargaining unit constituency. So when the other side, and this I heard today from the member from Kamloops North, when he's talking about, when he's trying to equate political elections with organizing drives or union certification, he's conflating two different subjects. We're talking about two different things here, right? So the report goes on to say, although employers have a legitimate interest in whether their employees choose to access collective bargaining, that interest must be weighed against the fundamental right of employee choice. There's no dispute that unlawful employer interference can significantly influence or undermine the exercise of employee choice. One of the most significant barriers to the exercise of employee choice is employer opposition, and more importantly, unlawful interference. During the public consultation process, they, I'll say we, but they, the panel, received numerous anecdotal examples consistent with studies that unlawful interference has significant impact on the certification success rate. Concerns regarding unlawful interference with employee choice during a secret ballot vote are legitimate, and the code must protect the right of employees to access collective bargaining. It goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, the panel is acutely aware the secret ballot vote can only be an effective mechanism for employee choice if the code deters and prevents employers from engaging in unfair labor practices and provides meaningful consequences for such practices. The exercise of employee choice through certification votes must be protected by shortening the time frame for votes, ensuring the expeditious and efficient processing of certification applications and unfair labor practice complaints, together with the expansion of the board's remedial authority. If these enhanced measures are not effective, then there will be a compelling argument for a card check system. And those have been, Mr. Speaker, sorry, they have been ineffective. So, you know, the other side has also said, oh, well, there is no abuse by employers. There is no illegitimate interference in the certification process. The right of workers to organize, freedom of association. So the Labor Relations Board has ruled on many cases over the years, Mr. Speaker, including cases since 2019, where they found employers had engaged in unfair labor practices that interfered with certification efforts. Recent examples include February 2022, the LRB ruled that an electrical contractor on Vancouver Island improperly interfered with their workers' attempt to organize their workplace with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, with tactics such as threatening layoffs. January 2022, the LRB ruled that a waste management company in the Lower Mainland improperly fired a worker with 22 years experience for attempting to organize their workplace with the International Union of Operating Engineers. In October 2020, the LRB ruled that a food processing company in the Okanagan improperly fired 2 workers for attempting to organize their workplace with UFCW. So there is illegitimate interference with the certification process. That's why I say this is really about a power imbalance, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the secret ballot process gives rise to 2 main concerns. And under a secret ballot system, employers have an opportunity and incentive to engage in unlawful interference into the certification system. And now why, when we're talking about the freedom of association, which is a right guaranteed in the Charter, why would we allow employers to meddle in that system, to meddle in the right of workers to certify? Why would we allow that? Right? We don't allow other countries to meddle in our elections. So why are we allowing people? Yes, that's right. You want to talk about you want to equate the two, certification and political involvement. Then let's use some examples. The other side, Mr. Speaker, is obviously uncomfortable with this. Uncomfortable with this because they don't believe in worker choice. I mean, you only have to look at the almost 15 years that they fought in courts with the BCTF. You only have to look at that, Mr. Speaker. And the Supreme Court came back in record time to tell the BC Liberal government that they were doing the wrong thing. Actually, an embarrassingly short period of time. Embarrassingly short period of time. And then they come in here with nary a blush on their face, as if they just rolled in here and they had not been in government for 16 years. Like they rolled in here and all of a sudden they're discovering that there's inequity between workers and employers. You know, another thing, Mr. Speaker, is that, you know, they're talking about the right of workers to organize, to collectively bargain, right? Time and time again, when they were in government, they threw away contracts. This is what, if we want to talk about the political process and getting involved in the process, you know what got me involved in the process, in the political process? My mother, who's close to her retirement, worked as an employee at the hospital and was in the HEU. They threw away the HEU's contract, reduced their wages by 15%, and then forced them to pay the 15% that they had been paid at the time of their ratification, forced them to pay back all that money. Shame. Shame is right. Vicious, mean-spirited actions against workers. And then they roll in here like they care about workers and the secret ballot system. No, this is about an imbalance in power, and this imbalance of power favors the employers. And that's what they really care about here, Mr. Speaker. And when the member from Richmond North, I believe, Richmond North, stands up and says, oh, the NDP took big donations from unions, yada, yada, yada. They've taken massive donations from corporations. Yeah, oh, you've never taken a contribution from a corporation. Never, the BC.
Members,
BC Liberals,
let's focus on the legislation here. Let's leave the attacking each other for outside of this room as best as we can. Let's talk about the legislation, please.
Yes, okay, Mr. Speaker. I'll talk about the legislation, but it's very hard to talk about the legislation without talking about the record of the BC Liberals, especially when they claim that they care about workers. But I'll move on to the legislation. Yeah. So when workers have a free choice to join a union, it raises the standard of living and helps build a strong middle class, which is true. It helps reduce inequality and inequity. And joining unions does build a middle class. Not joining not having unions means that we basically have workers and capitalists, and workers lose every time. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude my remarks there, but I just have to say that I encourage all my colleagues in this House to vote for this piece of legislation, to vote in favor of Bill 10, because it's good for workers, it's good for the middle class, and it's good for people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. I'm not fully sure where to start. I did have a great starting here until I started hearing the last 15 minutes of false statements and things that I think are quite incorrect to paint broadly a picture
member, if I might,
our side of the House that we don't care about worker safety.
If we'll just take a moment, please, members. I would just ask, turn down the temperature in here a little bit with each other. Let's respect each other as honourable members as best as we're able to do that in this debate. Let's focus on the words in this legislation as best as we can, and let's try to not just attack each other because we can, okay? We can talk about records, we can do all those things. Let's just try to focus on the work we're doing on behalf of all British Columbians, okay?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Anyways, back to safety, and I do have notes here in somewhat of a chronological order, but I will probably not follow them perfectly. But I do want to talk about worker safety and the claim that we've heard from numerous speakers across the way that this will somehow make work sites safer, and good legislation does that. Many people in this House know I was injured in a workplace accident just a few short years ago. In a union setting, I might add. And to make the claims that have been made over and over again that somehow, if it's a union shop, it will be safer, is incorrect. To say that this is a political gesture that or positioning that we're trying to make, well, the counter of that is it's a political gesture that the government is making regarding bringing in Bill 10. This is purely a political move. We know it's to pay off the big unions. And we talk, the previous speaker from Chilliwack had mentioned about, us receiving corporate donations. Well, they've received the biggest donation in history from a union.
If I might, member, we try not to ascribe false motives to others for their decisions. And so if we can, again, let's try and focus on the legislation and being good to each other as best as we're able to. And being critical as well. That's your job.
I do respect your input, Honourable Speaker, but it's hard following the last few speakers that have been doing that exact same thing about members of the opposition.
I agree, member. Apologies that we should have stepped in direction earlier. There were too many on all sides, I must admit. Thank you.
So maybe I'll go back to my notes then. Honourable Speaker, thank you for allowing me to talk on this important debate today. Some of the points that have been previously spoken, I will be bringing up in my points. This is not about us not supporting unions. I've heard from many of my colleagues that have been or are members of unions. I myself have worked in many different union shops. I just mentioned a story working in the construction industry for a number of years in a union workplace. That is not what this is about. And we hear government saying that this is what we're only against, and that is not the case. The case is about bad government legislation that is being introduced called Bill 10. And the piece around it is removing the secret ballot. I want to thank all of my colleagues that have continually brought up this point over and over and over again, because British Columbians recognize the importance of when they vote, it is a secret. The issue here is a bigger issue. It's transparency of this government. It's transparency, obviously, on this, where how they're moving forward with Bill 10. We could lay the caribou challenges, the issues around transparency there, the snowmobile, closure of the backcountry up in my riding, freedom of information challenges that we've seen in this past year, even the sheer reward or award of receiving the most secretive government in Canada. It's a building legacy that this government is really, I'm not sure if there's a higher award, maybe it's a world award of secrecy, but this government is well on their way to getting that one too. You know, one of the fundamental rights, and again, we've heard this over and over again, is the secrecy of a person's ballot. When voting, all of us, 87 seats in here, which many of us, or I would say most of us, has probably gone through 2 votes to get in here throughout a nomination process, which was done in secret, to the general election, which is done in secret. And it's done in secret so that there are not external pressures that can sway a vote. The secrecy of my ballot is a right, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of all British Columbians, is a right that I would not give up. It's a right that no one would give up. People are comfortable heading to a voting center, whether they're, again, municipal election or provincial election, federal election, whether it's a school board election. They're comfortable going to a voting station, a voting booth, and knowing that there is going to be no influence that is going to impact their vote. It is done strictly in secret. It's been going on for roughly 7,000 years, since 5th century BCE. It's been going on. The Greeks perfected the secret ballot. The government is violating their right by enabling intimidation, by enabling harassment while voting is underway. And we saw the power of when there is a movement toward trying to either swing unions or unionize a location around some of the pressures that can already happen now in a secret ballot system. And that's fine. If a union wants to try and unionize, there are steps and procedures in place. When votes have major impacts on our lives, secret ballot is most often the ballot that is used, or the method that is used. We've seen this again, as I mentioned, all the different elections, and I've been part of those elections, from being elected here in this House, formerly sat as a city councillor, elected 5 times with a secret ballot, right back to student council days, grade 10, 11, and 12, being elected by a secret ballot of my peers. Library boards being elected. Everything that we do as a society is done in secret ballot. When it comes time to making a big change, And Honourable Speaker, I would suggest that unionizing or changing a union is a pretty significant change that opens up the door for an incredible amount of pressure that could happen and likely will happen if there is no secret ballot. This is one of the many reasons why I am stunned about the amount of support from the government side that there is over this piece of legislation. The number of members that are such strong advocates of the legislation designed really outright to remove the privacy of the secret ballot is quite shocking. Especially when it put every single one of them in this chamber. Even the national NDP themselves use a secret ballot when they elect a leader in their nomination process, as each and every, or almost every one of us in this room did. Out of the last 38 years, for 30 of them here in this province, the secret ballot has existed. And it ensures that privacy. It ensures that the independence, that every worker has that democratic right to cast their vote without any coercion which would come otherwise. And we've heard the opposite from the government benches to say that the secret ballot could somehow be coerced. I have great difficulty trying to make that connection that the government benches are trying to make. It's alarming how casually this government is taking away something that is so opposed by not just the majority of British Columbians, but opposed by the vast majority of workers in British Columbia. How we vote is not and should not ever be anyone else's business. Those who have voted for us have chosen the representative by doing it through a secret ballot. We've heard a few comments just recently around the expert panel that came back. Again, you can pick out what you wish. The bottom line was the panel recommended against removing the secret ballot. They recognized, for that reason, or for reasons of recognizing that interference can happen. If you look at the few jurisdictions around, and again, there's only a few. I think there's three jurisdictions in Canada that have done that. It is no secret, though, that the Premier has intended to scrap the secret ballot for a while now. I think it was introduced and kind of pushed aside when some relationship issues happened. %, though, of the workers in British Columbia have chosen, though, not to join a union. However, select unions that have been strong political supporters of the NDP have seen their numbers shrink in the past 20 years. As of 2021, the current rate of unionization among BC workers sits at about 30%, while an overwhelming number of 85% of construction workers do not want to belong to NDP-aligned building trades unions. So you wonder where the motivation comes from for this government to move toward removing the secret ballot. To cast a stone across at us to say that we are making it a political thing, Honourable Speaker, is quite astounding. This government has a majority. They're now able to pay off their big political backers that they weren't able to do previously. It's that straightforward. It is political. It is 100% political. Workers' rights in this province are being sacrificed so that this government can push through legislation that will only benefit them. Instead of looking at the impact on the workers or the larger community, the government's intent on eliminating protection of voters' rights. So not only is this bill going to have immense impacts on voting rights of British Columbians, but I look at the impact it's going to have on the construction industry. If you look at Clause 1, it allows union raiding to take place at the construction industry between the months of July and August. Every year, so July and August of every year, union raids can happen on the construction industry. Well, that is our only construction months in northern British Columbia. It used to be every 3 years. Every year, Honourable Speaker, union raids can happen on construction sites. This is the busiest, actually it's the busiest construction time across the province, but it's critically important when you come to the north. I look at construction sites in my region, like Site C. You know, that's already, due to the mismanagement of this government, at $16 billion. You know what's going to happen? And I hear the other side laughs, but let's be honest. We handed this project to the government on time and on budget. It's now doubled in price. And rest assured, if this legislation goes through, it's not going to be at $16 billion anymore, Honourable Speaker. It's going to be way north of that. Well, this government claims that this is being implemented for workers who might be unhappy in their current union are far from reality. What we're really seeing is another tool that will serve the government to pressure even more workers through labor insiders. This does more than create unnecessary pressure for workers deciding about their union. It also creates massive job uncertainty on our, well, BC's got some of the biggest construction sites in the country.
For projects we started.
For projects we started, on time and on budget. Did I mention that? So, talk about labor unrest. When now with, you know, maybe we're looking at LNG Canada or as mentioned Site C or the CGL projects or the list goes on and on. British Columbia has a lot of big projects. When you open up this ability now to do union raids at the busiest work time of the year, that creates labor unrest, which is not good for any project. It is certainly not good for when we're trying to get people to invest in our province. It certainly is going to impact that. And BC already has those issues having people invest in our province. In fact, I would say we're nearly dead last on the continent when it comes to our competitive edge. And Bill 10 will be another, trying to think of something witty to say, but I can't. Another jab against that competitiveness. You know, we look at affordability lately, which has been unbelievably not affordable over the past couple of years. We've seen and I'm sure my colleague from Peace River South, who is up to speak here shortly, I'm sure will talk about, some of the impacts that he may or may not have in the housing industry. When you're talking construction sites and the negative impact that this could have on housing starts, which causes a chain reaction on housing supply, which builds into the whole cost and affordability piece in an industry that is already struggling. And we heard from my colleague from Richmond talked about it earlier a little bit. We know already that we've seen the impact of the union benefits agreement, the community benefits agreement, the negative impact that it's had on cost overruns on projects. We've seen the impacts that it's had on less for more, which we've seen that on multiple projects across the province because they cannot come in on what they initially had, because of a lot of the things that Bill 10 is going to, let's say, enhance. So, Honourable Speaker, I'm not sure what I mentioned at the very start. I was kind of going off there following the member of Chilliwack. But I think I did briefly touch on the safety aspect. This piece of legislation is not a good piece of legislation, and I'm sure you can understand that I won't be supporting it. To have government say that we don't care about people's safety because we're opposed to this, only union sites are safe, is quite frankly untrue. I mentioned that I did work in a union setting when I was in a critical industry accident. What makes work sites safe is good legislation. And I think that is, where, if that is the real reason behind this, that's where the government needs to be going. But that is not why the government's doing this. That's just a speaking bullet. The government is doing this for political gain. The government is doing this to create an imbalance of power, which the member of Chilliwack mentioned often, an imbalance of power. So, Honourable Speaker, this is a very poor piece of legislation. This is a poor legislation because what's next? What's next in regards to removing the secret? Are we going to go to hands up for elections? Once you open the gate to removing things that are so fundamental, so incredibly fundamental to our democracy, what's next? And we've seen some pretty crazy things over the last few years around transparency, challenges around how this government, just isn't that transparent. So what is next? As long as I'm elected to this place, my number one role will be to make sure that I'm here to protect British Columbia's democracy, Canada's democracy. Because that's why we're here. Not to start whittling away at what is so fundamental. So with that, Honourable Speaker, I'll take my place, and I thanks very much for the time to have my voice heard.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Burnaby North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honoured to take my place here to speak to Bill 10, which makes changes to the BC Labour Code. I specifically want to talk about the restoration of single-step union certification, familiarly known as card check. And I want to remind us that this is the method by which workplace democracy has been enshrined in every jurisdiction in Canada prior to 1977, when Nova Scotia changed their labour law and other conservative-leaning governments throughout the country soon followed suit. Opposition speaker after opposition speaker has invoked democracy to argue against Bill 10. And I agree that Bill 10 is all about the democratic rights of working people, but not in the way the opposition would have you believe. I'd like to share some personal experiences and perhaps correct some faulty thinking. I was a teenager the first time I met a union organizer. My roommate and I worked part-time at one of the large grocery chains. And one day, there was a knock at our door, and it was a union organizer who wanted to talk to us about joining the union. He was probably old enough to be our father. He was kind, respectful, and helpful. He didn't pressure us into signing union cards. He didn't make any promises. He talked about worker solidarity. He talked about our co-workers and how many of them were immigrant women trying to provide a decent life for their families. He talked about sharing and about how this multinational corporation could afford to pay its workers a living wage. He let us draw our own conclusions, that our co-workers needed us to stick together with them so they would have the collective power to improve their pay and working conditions, and that is what a union is. He left the cards with us. He told us how we could submit them while maintaining the secrecy of our decision. That was our experience. That was my personal story, and it's the story of most people who are approached to form a union. I also want to tell you about a time when I was one of the union organizers. I was in my 20s, and I was working on the Canadian Labour Congress campaign to organize bank workers. The board at the time ruled that we had to certify branch by branch, and big banks had hundreds of branches. The way I remember it was the majority of the staff at this particular branch signed cards, and the union applied for certification. But a two-step process was in place at the time. And so the workers who had already, in effect, voted to form a union by signing union membership cards had to vote all over again. This gave the employer time to temporarily transfer in management trainees from other branches to increase the number of employees eligible to vote. Some were even brought in from out of town. And of course, we lost the vote. Now, I know that this is what the employer did to keep the union out because I'd gone to high school with one of the people brought in to vote against the union. This is not an unusual story, and it is still happening today. The expert Labour Code Review panel that we appointed in 2019 basically put bad employers on notice. They gave them time to voluntarily clean up their act. They recommended that if the changes they proposed to curb employer interference in the certification process weren't working, that would make a compelling case for single-step certification. Well, the case is compelling, and so our government is reinstating single-step certification, and it should not come as a surprise to the opposition. One of the speakers who spoke earlier this afternoon alleged that we had not provided evidence, that he was waiting for examples of recent employer interference. So I actually have some that I can share with you. Here's one. One union organizer told me recently that smaller employers who want to keep out the union, are still hiring extra staff during vote week to pad the list and then sometimes let them go right after the vote. Another organizer from another union told me about a recent organizing drive that failed because the employer hired a law firm that specializes in union busting to meet with some of the more vulnerable employees, precariously employed employees, to explain to them that they weren't entitled to join a union and would be fired if they signed a card. Another organizer in a different union told me about a union drive that failed after some employees were given special perks while others were identified as union sympathizers and fired. And they were fired after 15 years' service and good records. Workers who live in company housing tell about being visited late at night by their bosses during vote week. Workers in food processing plants tell about employers picking up the line speed during vote week, but only on the lines where they suspect strong union support. And then there's the story of a large tech firm that basically bribed their employees during vote week with massive pay increases. Some organizers have referred to vote week as a pressure cooker, because as soon as the employer is notified that the union has applied for certification, they fly in the bigwigs from headquarters to spend vote week spouting anti-union rhetoric and guilt-tripping the staff about loyalty. These are all examples of intimidation tactics that have been happening in workplaces in just the last couple of years. Many of these examples are public knowledge because the employer was caught interfering with their workers' constitutional right to form a union, and complaints were made to the Labour Relations Board. Those are the employers that got caught. It's like speeding. It's against the law, but many drivers gamble that they won't get caught. And when it comes to union busting, there's a whole industry out there ready to help. Some of them even post tips on their web pages. Check out Labor Watch. The first thing that comes up is how to decertify a union. There are law firms and international companies that employers can hire to advise them how to undermine an organizing drive without getting caught, and how to sow fear and distrust between workers. And they are doing this at a time in our history when we need social solidarity more than ever. And speaking of history, workers have always had to fight for the right to earn a family-supporting wage and safe working conditions and enough time off to enjoy the fruits of their labors. I have a button I sometimes wear on Labor Day that says, "Unions, the people who brought you the weekend." Since the 1860s, the Pinkerton National Detective Agency has conducted operations to keep workers from organizing, and they built a lucrative business, infiltrating unions, spying on workers, keeping suspected union sympathizers out of factories, recruiting operatives to intimidate workers. It's well documented that some of the bloodiest strikes in history were aggravated by employer-paid operatives. The Homestead Strike of 1892, the Great Railway Strike of 1877, the St. John, New Brunswick Street Railway Strike of 1914, the Giant Strike of 1992. And Pinkerton's has an office in Toronto today. I grew up in a union family. My father was a member of the Carpenters Union and later the Public Service Alliance of Canada. My mother was a member of the United Auto Workers in the 1940s. My uncle was an officer of the Electrical Workers Union. My father-in-law and mother-in-law were members of the International Woodworkers Union. My parents and my uncle are buried in Siloam Cemetery in London, Ontario, near the graves of some of the Toll Puddle martyrs. The Toll Puddle martyrs, for those that may not be aware of them, were British farm workers who were found guilty of trying to form a union and were transported to Australia to do hard labor. I take it personally when members opposite stand up to disparage workers for trying to self-organize. They would have you believe that it's employers' associations that represent workers and protect their rights. They said as much last week while debating Bill 10. They said that workers need to be protected from each other, not their employers. History does not support this contention. And let me turn directly to the issue of democracy. The opposition would have you believe that the two-step certification process is a democratic principle. Not true. They try to compare it to voting to elect our governments. Not true. The two-step certification process would be like voting in a general election, and then if the party in power loses the election, having 5 or 10 days to get you to change your mind and then making you vote all over again. What is comparable is that both systems of democracy are overseen by an independent body. Certifications are overseen by the BC Labour Relations Board, and legislative elections are overseen by Elections BC. There are rules in both spheres that anticipate that democracy can and has been corrupted by power imbalances. Rules that are meant to prevent it from happening again today. I'll never forget being told by my elders about voters' lists that were nailed to the top of telephone poles so that people couldn't actually look at the voters' list and find out if they'd been left off. I remember when bars were closed on election day, so candidates or their representatives couldn't ply voters with alcohol to get them to vote for them. Today, Elections BC protects the integrity of the ballot by ensuring that campaign signs located near polling stations are taken down before the polls open. And campaign material can't be brought into the polling stations, nor can you take photos of yourself or others inside the polling station. Elections BC doesn't make you vote a second time to confirm that you knew what you were doing the first time. Some opposition members have taken offense to the notion that employers would try to manipulate the certification vote. And I will concede that most employers wouldn't break the law. But we have laws that make it illegal to steal. That doesn't mean we think everyone steals, but we have laws that protect us from the minority who might. We have laws that make it illegal to assault someone. That doesn't mean we think everyone is likely to punch us, but we have laws to protect us from the minority who might. Single-step certification isn't aimed at good employers who can be counted on not to play dirty tricks to undermine the democratic wishes of their employees, who will respect their employees' right to form a union as clearly spelled out in the Canadian Constitution. I wish the opposition would acknowledge that when Bill 10 is passed, it will help correct a power imbalance in the workplace. It will level the playing field. But given some of the histrionics we've been subjected to in this debate, one wonders if they really want a level playing field. Look at all the things they did when they were government to tip the balance of power in favor of those who are the most wealthy. After all, theirs was the government that introduced two-step certification in the first place. It's worth repeating that everywhere in Canada that it's been introduced, it was brought in by governments aligned with big business. Prior to 1977, every jurisdiction in Canada had a one-step certification process. And multiple studies, multiple academic studies have shown that union membership dropped by 20% under two-step certification. So one would be forgiven for being skeptical and wondering if the real intent behind two-step certification is not to uphold democracy in the workplace, but rather to thwart it. It's also worth noting that the BC Liberals continue to define themselves as the free enterprise party. That is the lens through which we must view their defense of two-step certification. It begs the question, enterprise free of what? Workplace democracy? Some members opposite have held up the United States as the model of legislated workplace democracy. They might consider that an unfortunate comparison that undermines their arguments against card check. Does the U.S. have a two-step certification program? Is that the standard the opposition holds themselves to? I remind us that according to the annual Democracy Index, the U.S. is a flawed democracy. 19 states passed voter suppression laws just last year. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to say, I believe in the principle of the secret ballot. I believe everyone on this side of the House believes in the principle of the secret ballot. But the theatrics and drama and fear-mongering with which it has been presented reminds me of Newspeak. You know, Newspeak, that was the phrase coined by George Orwell in the novel 1984. It's using powerful, familiar phrases to obfuscate real intention and to confuse loyalties. And I invite those listening to this debate to decide for themselves who's on their side. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and apologize in advance for my voice here. I've had the pleasure of speaking quite a bit today, so I'd like to use the excuse that I was up singing all night in a rock concert, but I can't use that one tonight. Madam Speaker, look, before I get into some of the very specifics that I want to talk about, let me just say that, you know, look, we're in a political arena here. In a political arena, we bring forward bills, and we also have the opportunity to debate those bills. Why? Because more often than not, we'll have a difference of opinion of how we try to get to the goal line. We're all trying to get to a goal line. We just have a different idea of how we want to get there. The reason why I'm leading off with that, Madam Speaker, is I've heard a lot of members, especially on the government side, talking about worker safety. Let me say that what appalls me by some of the comments, especially from the member from Chilliwack who spoke just a few people ago, was the, I'd like to say insinuation, but basically right on the record, he says the NDP are the only ones that care about worker safety, and went as far as to say that we were faking our support during the National Day of Mourning. That is absolutely appalling, absolutely shameful, and the next time that member stands in this House, he owes the House an apology, Madam Speaker. That is absolutely appalling. I mean, I've heard a lot of crazy things in this House. I've seen a lot of lows. Madam Speaker, that's got to be one of the lowest of the lows I've ever seen in all of my years in this chamber, when a member comes in here and personally attacks another member or members of this House with untrue facts. Look, we can have differences of opinions. That's no problem. We can try to bring up old records, present records. That's what happens. But to stand in this House and insult the members of this House is absolutely shameful. And again, he owes an apology, if not a withdrawal, to this House for those absolutely absurd comments that he made. Now, Madam Speaker, what also is important is what we're talking about in this bill, obviously, is about rights. It's about democracy. It's about how we're going to support workers. Nobody's arguing that. In fact, to the point that nobody's arguing it, the NDP members, very few of them, I think I've heard one when I've gone back and looked at all the transcripts, I've actually heard one who actually talked about the bill, actually talking about the merits of the bill of removing the secret ballot. They keep talking about workers' safety, workers' rights. We heard some great stories about union certification in the process. Those are all supportable, going through that process. Madam Speaker, I spent 25 years, well, I shouldn't exaggerate, 24 and a bit years, with the IBEW. Before that, I was in the Carpenters Union. I know the process very well that I went through. I started off as a member, I worked up to a shop steward, I worked my way up before I left and went into management. I was a union negotiator, I traveled around the province with the IBEW. This is something I did and something I know quite well from that angle. And it leads me to wonder, though, on this specific bill that we have in front of us around removing the secret ballot, is who's asking for this? It's not the workers. We've seen the latest stats and polls that have come out that almost 80% of the workers in British Columbia don't support this. They didn't say they don't support unions. We've never said that we don't support unions. Workers are saying we deserve the right to make a decision ourselves, a decision without being coerced. Now, we've heard that it's about leveling the playing field. We've heard most members, it must be in their speaking notes, and I say that respectfully because almost every single one of them has stood up and in their comments talked about leveling the playing field. Well, if they truly believe those comments, I'm looking forward to the Minister of Labour coming to this House during committee stage and referencing and proving and showing the thousands, obviously, of times that businesses have taken advantage of or coerced or not allowed union certification. Because that's not the reality in British Columbia that I know. And if we're talking about that imbalance of power, how is it not swinging the pendulum so far to the benefit of the unions when we talk about balance of power? Is balance of power actually mean that I, as a union organizer, union certifier, or a union boss, I get to know how you feel. I get to know how you vote. And I get to know what you want to do because we're removing the secret ballot. How is that a balance of power? In fact, right now, Madam Speaker, most experts will say that the secret ballot is actually the most democratic method of conducting union certification. In fact, in British Columbia, we've heard laws referenced. We've also heard from the member that spoke before me talked about the Labour Relations Board, Elections BC. Absolutely. We've got under the Act to try to make sure we don't have coercion. We actually have the opportunity for both sides in the present system to state their case. Whether it's so using the example of a non-union company can state their case of why they don't want to go to a union, and the union can state their case of why they think the employee should unionize. And that is all carefully monitored under the system by the Independent Labour Relations Board. That happens right now. To go with the member before me, I'll acknowledge that maybe there are the odd situation where, you know, a company or a small company, large company, maybe went too far. There's probably just as many examples of a union doing the same thing. But that's why we have the rules and the laws in place to ensure and safeguard workers' rights right now. So when you look at the whole concept, Madam Speaker, of a secret ballot, and I think my colleague from Peace River North mentioned it earlier, I mean, this goes back thousands of years. It started in ancient Greece. In fact, it was perfected through law in Roman times. And the reason why, when I did some research on this in the library, secret ballot was brought in back in those days mostly to stop austericism that was happening And in the Roman days, because of the coercion, in fact, harmful coercion that was taking place to convince people how to make decisions in society at the time. So they brought in the secret ballot to ensure everybody under a democratic system had the right to make their personal decision and not have to share that. I think every single one of us could probably tell the stories of sitting around the kitchen table growing up as kids when election day was coming and mom and dad would talk about, don't forget when you get older you have to vote, and most of us would say, well, how are you voting? And they'd say, none of your darn business. I know my parents did that. Now, I kind of had an idea by who they cheered for on election night, who they voted for, but that's beside the point. It was none of your business. Why? Because you need to educate yourself. You need to make the right decision for you, for your present and your future, and then you're accountable for that vote or that decision that you make. I looked up the definition for secret ballot. The definition for a secret ballot is a method of voting that protects a person's rights and intentions in a vote, to forestall any attempt to influence the voter by means of intimidation, blackmailing, or potential vote buying. Well, when I read that definition, I look at this bill and I'm saying, how can anybody in their good conscience stand up and say, we want to get rid of the secret ballot? For the members of government to continue to bring up and hide around worker safety, unionization, rights of workers, look, those all have merit. Nobody's arguing those. If the bill was about that, we'd probably have a unanimous support for it right now in the House. We could all just move on to the vote if that's what we were doing. But that's not what this bill does. The fundamental roots of this bill, I would argue, Madam Speaker, is contrarian to what we're hearing about protecting workers' rights. I thought, as a former pinned member of the IBEW, I thought I'd go look at their website. And I checked out the BCGEU, and I checked out a few other union websites that support this government. That doesn't mean their members do, but I'll put that on the floor as part of the argument here, Madam Speaker. And wouldn't you know it, that right on their websites, every single union that I could find when I looked it up, their support for the secret ballots within unions to protect the confidentiality, and I'm quoting here from one of the websites, we support the secret ballots to protect confidentiality because it's important for our democratic rights as union members. The cards you sign will always be confidential. Your vote for any union matter will always be strictly confidential. And I'm quoting here from one of the union websites that I just referenced. Voting for a tentative agreement brought to the members will always be done by secret ballot to protect your confidentiality. Any vote for a strike consideration within a union will be done purely by secret ballot. So I referenced that, and that was on, I stopped looking earlier while members were talking. I just went to a whole bunch of the different union websites, and almost word for word in almost every union website I could find when it talked about how they conduct their internal business, they all talk about their constitutional rights within the union for the secret ballot to protect workers' rights. So I go back to saying, who's asking for this? Is it a few union bosses? I don't know. Sure doesn't sound like it's the workers. Is this government as part of this bill? Don't see it here, but as we know with this government, they're pretty secretive and they leave things up to regulation and do it at a later date. Is part of this bill going to mean that they're now going to be telling unions how they run their elections? Does it mean they'll be telling unions that they have to now change their constitutions, that they're no longer allowed secret ballots within union decision-making? Little hypocritical if they don't, Madam Speaker, because they're now saying that they'll eliminate the secret ballot for a decision to join a union, but hey, once we got you in the union, now it's all secretive again. Look, if we're talking about workers' protection, workers' rights, then put bills on the floor that are going to do just that. This, on face value, looks nothing but a political bill. When the government's own panel of experts that they asked to review this came back and said, look, we got a whole bunch of ideas, a whole bunch of recommendations. One of the biggest ones is don't eliminate the secret ballot. Typical for this government is, thanks very much, we're not listening to these so-called expert panels that we continue to put out to give us information and feedback. So again, it's a bit of a smoke and mirrors thing, or maybe it's just an exercise that government likes to go through to make it look like they actually listen. But if they were listening, maybe they should be looking at the recommendations that come back and take them at face value, take them with some credibility, and really consider about whether this is the right thing for workers. I go back to, if it's truly about workers, I'm not hearing a very solid argument on the floor from government members that removing their democratic right to a secret ballot is in their best interests. I've heard lots of government members talk about how this will benefit unions and unions that want to certify, and fair enough. As I said, I mean, nobody's saying here we don't support the concept or the idea of somebody joining a union or a company in operation certifying and becoming unionized. It's all about the process that this government is choosing to go down. We've had the secret ballot system here in Canada for a couple of hundred years. Basically since Canada started, we've used a secret ballot system in almost every single thing that we do. Right now, British Columbia, for now, until this majority government, as I assume, will pass this, British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, who else am I missing here? Saskatchewan, if I didn't say Saskatchewan, most of Ontario. So a good portion of Canada still follows this democratic process. I heard something interesting today, Madam Speaker, earlier, an hour or two ago in this debate, when one of the members in here from Kamloops was reading out part of the NDP Constitution. In that NDP Constitution, it actually talks about the importance of secret ballot. It actually talks about how at all their conventions, all decisions that the NDP will do will be by secret ballot. Whether it's party president, treasurer, regional reps, their caucus, anybody on the executive, decisions they're making on policy, will all be done by secret ballot. And wouldn't you know it, when one of our members was making that point, that the member from Nelson Creston yells out, "Of course, because that's how democracy works." I had to stop and scratch my head for a second, Madam Speaker, because for everything else that we are referencing in this House of the importance of the secret ballot, the argument from the member from Nelson Creston was because that's democracy. It needs to be a secret ballot. That's the democratic right of those people, unless you want to unionize. So that's typical again from this government. Those rules are in place to protect everybody when it's convenient, but now we want to change it for this one place. Again, it's very, very hard on face value to hear some of the speeches from the government members that aren't acknowledging what the bill truly is doing. The member from Nelson Crescent, I applaud her for her honesty. You're right. It's about democratic rights of people. Too bad that wasn't part of the speaking notes, though, of why that member and many other members wouldn't support a bill to remove those same democratic rights for members who want to decide and vote on whether they should or shouldn't vote to join a union. Or in that same sphere, about which union to join. I come from a part of the province where a lot of the industry is non-unionized. They've created associations. I look at McMahon Plant, for instance, up in Taylor. Was non-unionized, an association for decades. Worked great. I think they ended up changing, parts of it became unionized, and that's fine if that's what the voters want, voters through a secret ballot, but if that's what the members and the employees wanted. But Mr. Speaker, again, it goes back to the whole point of this bill that is fundamentally flawed and fundamentally being left out of the discussions from the NDP members. I would love to hear one member stand up and say, I acknowledge we're taking the secret ballot away. I acknowledge that those rights that you have right now to your privacy and your decision making are fundamentally going to be changed under this bill. But we as a government figure that's the right thing to do. Okay? If one member stood up and said that, I could applaud that. At least they're being honest. But they're not, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. And that's where it's really hard to look at a bill like this that's on the floor and to support it. You know, we've heard lots of commentary, I think, on the debate on both sides, and that's what this House is for, is so we can share those opinions. And as I started my speech, we all want to get to the finish line. I think we're all running even the same race. We have different paths, maybe, to get there. We have different ideas of how we want to help workers. We have different ideas of how we want to make a safe workplace. Nobody's argued that we're not trying to do that. So it's important to recognize that when you have a government that continues to bring legislation forward that does not seem to be in the best interests of the people we're trying to serve in the province of British Columbia, or that's left up to regulation where, as we saw with whether it's the last housing bill or Ministry of Community Services, and last estimates, I mean, we continue to see a lot of things happening where government just doesn't want to talk about it. It's the whole trust us. I would argue, and I hate to say, the arrogance of a majority government that shows through in times like this, where it doesn't matter what you think, doesn't matter what the opposition thinks. Even worse, it doesn't matter what the 79% of the workers in the province who said they were against this think. To push something like this through, after people are against it, the panel that the government put forward for recommendations was against it, for everybody who is discussing this, who seems like they can't support it, except for a few quotes that I read from some of the unions, of course, that the government asked for quotes for their press release. I'd be interested what the workers, the people we're supposed to be representing, the people we're supposed to be standing up for think, though. Because 80% of them don't support this. So I'm a little flabbergasted that the government doesn't have the courage to stand up and actually state the obvious, which is, we're pushing this through. We don't care what all those people think. We as the government think it's the right thing regardless of what everybody else is saying. And so we're just going to pass this. So I look forward to committee stage. I look forward to a lot of the explanations that the minister will have on this to counter all of the different stories that we're hearing out there around the support for this bill. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I move adjournment of the debate.
Member, you heard the motion to adjourn the debate. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Honourable Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section A reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy and asks leave to sit again.
Government House Leader.
Sitting Honourable Speaker.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. It's so ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Noting the hour, I move the House do now adjourn.
Member, you heard the motion to adjourn the House. All those in favour indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.